second session of the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021. We have a panel here of CEO Speaks Indian Perspective, and the chair is Sri Ravi Goenka, President ICC and CMD Lakshmi Organics Industries Limited, and co-chair is Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Chairman Sustainability Committee ICC and MD Buyback Color India. Over to you, Mr. Ravi Goenka and Mr. Ravi Kapoor, to conduct and introduce the panel members and take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kumareshji, and a very good morning to all ladies and gentlemen. We have a very august gathering over here of the CEOs and the decision makers of the leading chemical companies in India. And in line with the message of our Prime Minister, very inspirational message where he says that traditionally India has been a sustainable economy, and it is time in this modern world to get back to innovation and reinvent ourselves to be a more sustainable group, fraternity in the chemical space. India has a mix of large, medium, and small companies. And while many of the companies, all the panelists over here are RC companies, responsible care companies, while many of us have embraced sustainability as an integral part of our system, many others also see it as a cost center. It is in this light that this conclave helps us to break down in granular manner that why sustainability will actually make economic sense. And it will be a pleasure to share and listen to the speakers over the next 2 days to understand insights into their own experiences on this journey of sustainability. Safety practices, responsible care initiative, climate change, and all of these are part of a sustainability journey. Today, all industries are measured by ESG, which is environment, social, and governance standards. And all of these things circle back to being sustainable. And all of these things is what we need to embrace completely and grow our companies from here on. I'm looking forward to listening to all our panelists today, and briefly I would like to introduce them to you before I leave the mic. We have Jai Hiramat, who is the founder and chairman of Hykel, a leading pharmaceutical chemical company and built on innovation and technology. We have Mr. Mukundan, who is the CEO of Tata Chemicals, and having joined Tata in 1990, he is an engineer from IIT and serves on executive committees of various industry forums, including CII and BCCI. Our own Mr. Suresh Ramchandran, who is the country head and director of Arkema India, is a chemical engineer and has been with Arkema for more than 25 years and handled multiple and diverse business portfolios. He has taken up the responsibility of spearheading as co-chair of our safety committee of ICC, and we see him completely immerse himself into the safety aspect for chemical industries, and we do look forward to hearing him. So today we have a true MNC in Arkema, we have a true Indian MNC in Tata Chemicals, and we have Hykel, who is one of the most respected and growing companies in the chemical and pharmaceutical sectors. So welcome, gentlemen. Thank you, Ravi, for being a co-chair and guiding this session to a great outcome of understanding the journeys of all of these companies and the challenges that they have faced during this journey. Thank you, gentlemen. Over to you.
Just to take 1 minute to put just one more context. I think Mr. Mukundan asked, in which focus area we have. If you could also tell us, there's one angle which is there. I was just reading and we have an Indian perspective. CEO speaks an Indian perspective. So there is often a misunderstanding or a misconception, or there is at least one question that we are in India, and sometimes so-called grand goals of sustainability are difficult to implement in India. So I think also if you could tell us a little bit, not necessarily to Indianize the version of sustainability, but at least, there are other companies who may not have the kind of resources that you guys have and have the intent. So how would we marry these two? If you could also give us a little insight on that, that will be great. Okay, thank you. Jay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ravi. Two Ravis. So that's a bit unusual. So, I'll be a little specific. I think everybody will talk about the same thing on sustainability, what constitutes sustainability, etc. But, I think before this, you said, please share our experiences, right? So I think we were thinking about sustainability for a long time. We wanted to have a sustainability report made out. We had a carbon footprinting done, but it really never took off because people in the organization didn't really believe in it and thought it's another fad of the CEO or the chairman. But during the this pandemic, I think we could get a lot of things done in the guise that, this is a question of survival, etc. And we need to be competitive, and to be competitive, we've got to be energy efficient, waste reduction, all the things that we talk about, which constitutes sustainability or environmental control. I think we could really implement that very fast, which would have taken us years and of effort and persuasion. As a company, of course, we've been doing a little bit of all these things, but I think this whole thing has greatly accelerated during this period. And we really are seeing results. I mean, it's just amazing how much it is adding to the EBITDA. We're talking of at least 2-3% addition to the EBITDA, which goes straight to the bottom line, So really, I would strongly recommend. One of the things you said is that what do we convey to others also? Please take it up very seriously because it does give results, and we've seen it in the past 6 months. So what we have done a year ago, nearly, we appointed a because this sustainability couldn't be done at the shop floor level because everybody was busy with their own thing, and nobody could, get the data ready and all these things to really gauge whether we were successful in this. So we've engaged a very senior person to head our sustainability initiative. So it's called Head of Sustainability and EHS. So I think we need an independent person and an organization who will look into this to see that, these things are implemented. Because people get bogged down in day-to-day operations. And again, as I said, this is also showing results. Now, another thing is that, you mentioned very briefly about ESG. That's another thing we're taking very seriously because if we are environmentally conscious, if we are socially conscious, and you have good corporate governance and other governance, which includes responsible care, etc., I think you build a very good culture in the organization. People are very looking forward to a good culture where they feel safe and they feel that they're contributing to the society. And this is really benefiting us in attracting good talent. And, even we have several interns who join our company. And surprisingly, though we're a small company, we virtually on the first day of the recruitment, we have opportunity to do the recruitment in the top universities like IIT and all these people. So I think this also brings a lot of good feeling and credibility amongst the companies, because people talk. I mean, it's not that we are just doing it for the compliance. So this is another benefit we have seen. And of course, we have global investors who are also looking now at companies which have this ESG practice. Before it was just sustainability. I think it's gone beyond that now. All these other factors also they're looking at. So really, I think there are a lot of benefits of being a sustainable company. Of course, what are the things we have done? You said some specific examples. We believe in green chemistry, right? We have started doing right at the R&D stage. We look at the waste loads. We look at the safety features, obviously, and many other factors. And we have started doing enzymatic chemistry, enzymatic catalysis, the biocatalysis. And we have very successfully produced a very major pharmaceutical item by enzymatic means, green chemistry, which involves safer methods, less solvents, very little impurities. I mean, initially it was quite a risk that we took because the cost came higher, but now we've been able to reduce it. But what we find is that people who are customers who are very conscious of environment and even the minute impurities really value this. And we have seen a lot of traction and customers in Japan who have come forward and have embraced this product. And of course, Japan, you get a better price also. So, we said, what are the benefits? So this also is a benefit. So enzymatic chemistry catalysis, which we implemented, we got the ICC award for innovation for this product. And I'm happy to tell you that this has been quite a success now. We're putting up a major plant to expand on the capacity. So green chemistry does have a lot of benefit in the long run. So, I don't want to go on to all the other things like, using solar power, and which we are tapping into those, and which I think most companies are doing, and waste reduction, which we also have a separate team now for just looking at that. And it's remarkable what you can achieve. And I think most companies have started doing this. And this importance of CSR also, to be sustainable, you got to be also, have a good relation with your neighbors around you. And so all our people are working very closely with the local environment, local villages, etc., to make a difference. And our people are very happy to be engaged in this. And again, I find that when we get new recruits, now we're getting a lot of young people in the company, and they all look for these sort of things. What sort of company is this? How socially conscious are they? What do they do? And so broadly, these are the things I think I just wanted to mention before, about what we are doing as far as sustainability is concerned. But some things I would like to mention, I don't know whether it's correct, but being with Ravi, I can take the liberty, Ravi Kapoor, because we talk a lot about this environmental stuff. I think government insisting that everybody having a zero discharge system is frankly very bad for carbon footprint. I mean, everywhere, even if you have a marine discharge, now we're finding that we have to have a zero discharge. It doesn't make any sense. You have a CTP, you have a marine discharge where the limits are pretty liberal. Why do you have to again spend on huge capex and operating expenses? And these are energy intensive, which is not exactly environmentally friendly. So I think somebody has to take this up and say, we are not doing this right, And of course, it's adding to the cost, and we are not very competitive because of this. So these are some of the few opening remarks which I just wanted to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Jay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And we'll take question answers later, Ravi, right?
I think, yeah, maybe we can take it later. We get everyone in. So I am taking my notes. I think it's interesting to ask some questions and answer some of the questions raised. I mean, this session is a brainstorming, but I think we can do it later. So if we can get down to Mr. Mukundan, I think that would be
Great.
Thank you, Ravi and Ravi. I think thank you for inviting me to be part of this fantastic session. And it's always a pleasure to be listening to Mr. Jay Hiremath. He's been our inspirational leader in ICC, and we've all been guided by his principles. So clearly, I want to second his thoughts on sustainability. It is very important agenda, an important agenda not just from the angle of shareholders, also very important from the angle of other stakeholders like customers and employees. And the way we have looked at it is also to do exactly the same, that it's a leadership issue at the end of the day. I think if you want to lead in your sector, in your business, in addition to just being profitable, I think there is a very important element of also doing well in your impact on the planet, your impact on people, not just impact on the profit. And when you bring planet and people together, it sort of combines itself as a sustainability issue. And we have sort of woven it into our purpose, into the values, into our strategy. Our purpose is fundamentally to impact the society through science. And when you say impact, it is about positive impact. Our values, one important element of our value system is care. I think when you embrace the value of care, you have to take care of your environment, you have to take care of the community, and all these elements of sustainability comes in. And it has to be part of strategy. It cannot be one additional piece you do on a nice to do session wherein you sort of flag things off. It has to be integral. We have approached it from four broad angles. One is to say, how do we sort of let employees get in touch with this? So when we started our journey on climate change, it is a very big topic. People don't understand carbon, how carbon footprint, used to go to the factory and explain to people. Many understand, many don't get it. We broke it down exactly the way, as Mr. Jay Hiremath said, a simple thing which every engineer understands. Every engineer understands energy reduction. Every engineer understands what it means not to burn, let's say, carbon or coal, and how to use renewable energy. I think those things engineers understand. We broke it down to that as a key metric, and energy saving as a key metric in the initial years. Of course, then we did what we know as carbon champions in the company. We exposed people to this whole issue of climate change. So now it is pretty much part of the work which we do, and I'll come to that a little bit later in the sense that
Can I just briefly interrupt? Jay, could you just mute your mic? It'll help. Yeah. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
So, yeah. So I'll come to three pillars which is driving our approach today. The second element is to embrace customers into this equation. If you don't bring customers into sustainability, I think it won't make big progress. First employees, then customers. And I'm going to give you an example. For example, when we wanted to work on unplastic, how do you remove plastic from our packaging, we actually contacted our biggest customers who buy in bulk, whether we could rotate the same 1 ton packaging 3 times over rather than. So we first initially started with reuse. Now with many of our large customers, we have completely eliminated plastic by shipping our products in bulk, in bulkers. There was a big resistance in the sense that we don't have unloading facilities, we don't have facilities to stock. So we have worked with customers to sort of make them part of the solution, and that has improved the stickiness. Exactly what has been stated already. The customer stickiness improves, and they sort of, and now we get a bit of a premium with those customers because they believe that as a company we are delivering value which is beyond just giving them the product. The third element is to have, I think, working with government on regulation. And here I think I must commend ICC for doing great work, including Ravi. You have led this work in terms of if we embrace responsible care as an element, what kind of regulatory benefit we can get in terms of, increase the number of years of approval and all that. Those are elements of that. I can even go back to the period when chlor-caustic industry, when mercury was being used, it continues to be used around the world. Indian industry was the first one to completely come out of mercury cell by actually doing a voluntary movement to come out of that, and rather than driven by mandate. But many times these things are driven by mandate, and the importance of regulation is very important, but we must work with regulatory authorities to make sure that these impact in a holistic manner. And the last piece is about governance. Internally in the company, as well as externally, you need to have a governance structure. I think we have a board committee which looks at this whole element. We also report these metrics in our annual report. We have no shame in saying that what is our carbon footprint, what is our safety rate, and our effort is to improve. Not to say this is the number this year, but how are we going to improve? Putting it all together, we have arrived at our sustainability agenda in three broad buckets. One is what we call as the climate change, the carbon issue, where actually we have signed up for science-based target. We are the first chemical company in India to have signed up, and our targets have been announced by SBTi. And we're probably the sixth chemical company in Asia itself to sign up. And we have a target to get to the science-based target, which is well below 2 degree centigrade impact by 2030. There is specific capital investment which has been cleared by the board. It is going to take its journey in the next 10 years. Beyond that, we are of course examining getting to net zero, and that's a commitment we will be making, and net zero by 2050. And I think India has already made a commitment to net zero by 2050, which means there will be net zero carbon emission by any industry. The tougher industries are cement and steel. Chemical industry is in a slightly better position on the carbon net zero. And all of us need to adopt this. And 3-4 directions we have done. For example, switching completely to gas from coal is one direction. Then using more renewable is another direction, which is solar and wind. But I think that's the direction we are all taking in terms of course, energy saving and all these elements are very important. The second pillar is circular economy. I think we used to call it waste, reuse, recycle and all that, but now the term which is more often used is circular economy. Now we are imagining every business as part of the circular economy itself. So when we wanted to start off our new business in terms of energy storage chemistry, we actually started with battery recycling as our first pillar. So we are already recycling used batteries of laptops and mobile phones, even before we start, giving the chemicals and manufacturing the chemicals which go into storage batteries. So I think circular economy is something which we have embedded. Lastly is biodiversity. We are a coast-based company. Our entire life started in off the coast of Gujarat. So we have actually spent a lot of effort and time in terms of marine ecology. So we do projects on mangrove restoration, coral reef restoration. Our benchmark project has been on whale shark. Whale shark is like a species which is a bit like Project Tiger. And we have worked with the fishermen on the coast of Gujarat on biodiversity in terms of improving the whale shark population. And that has had a very knock-on effect in terms of marine ecology. So broadly, I would say three pillars. One is sustainability and carbon. Second is circular economy. Lastly, protecting biodiversity. And for us, it has been a blessing in disguise to work on sustainability because, we were a company born in Gujarat, and that too very arid part of Gujarat, right in the Okha Mandal near Dwarka. There was no water there. So from inception, our company has been trained in terms of water conservation and those processes. So we have put in a layer of energy conservation on water conservation, and we built on top of that. So 4 broad principles: engage the employees, engage the customer, focus on regulation, and focus on governance. And 3 broad pillars, which is basically sustainability pillars, are around climate change, circular economy, and biodiversity. And the layer which runs all this, as rightfully Ravi, you mentioned at the beginning, it is a leadership issue. It is a purpose issue. It is a value issue. It is a strategy issue. Those are my opening remarks. Thank you. I'm delighted to be part of this session.
Thanks a lot. I think wonderful and very lucid, very succinct. So, it's very refreshing to get a clear idea. And I think also some of your initiatives are very impressive. So I think a lot of questions that I have and some, suggestions also. I mean, rather that we would like some collaboration with you, ICC would like that later. But Suresh, if you could, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, ICC, for inviting me to this session. It's wonderful to share our thoughts on sustainability. Arkema being a French company, and we have presence in multiple countries. So one of our key roles is how do we adapt what we do in France, being the head office country, versus the rest of the world. But at Arkema, we have decided that we will have the same approach in all countries. Yes, surely there is going to be a local statutory regulation, local regulatory regulation, but as a standard, I think we will try to adopt a uniform standard. There have been gaps in the past. Our objective is to bridge these gaps. How do we view sustainability today in our company? Again, it's very clear. Our CEO drives it today. It's from the top, and for us, sustainability is actually, we tell every employee, it is both a duty and a necessity today. It's no longer just a simple obligation. It's a necessity, and what is driving this? It's actually the business which is driving it. It's our end customers who are driving this, and in turn, we are driving our suppliers. So Arkema, for example, was very closely associated with TFS, continues to be associated with TFS, which is Together for Sustainability, wherein we go back to our vendors that if they are going to supply to us, they have to be part of this TFS, and we are trying to evaluate them on a score on where they are on sustainability. So it starts with the vendors, then we have work to do at our end, and then we want to deliver a final product to the customer. So we are really looking at an end-to-end solution. At the same time, we are not looking at this only through risks and constraints, because there is a lot of risk. There is a very volatile world today, dynamic environment changing. Many times it so happens that we do something today in a country and immediately it becomes obsolete by the time we transfer it to another country. So that's a big challenge sometimes we are facing in the sustainability issue. The world is changing very fast. And thanks to Corona, I think certain things are going to change faster, but for the better, we are also very clear that there are certain things which we have to do: reduction of carbon footprint, eco-design, biocircular economy, I think is the path forward. I think there is no way we can avoid that. And I think we're all headed towards a circular economy. And Arkema is actively working on that worldwide with our customers too. Do we see some challenges? Yes, there are clearly some challenges which we see. One is, how can we still be competitive by getting into sustainability? Because what is happening is today, the entire sector is not necessarily required to be sustainable. So there are some pockets where people are ahead. There are some pockets where people are behind, which means we are going to spend some money on CapEx. We are going to be one of the leaders in doing that. So it's possible at X point of time, we are not so competitive on our end products, but we still have to go through it. So that's a key challenge which we are facing today, how to still be competitive by still going through all those CapEx expenditures. This is the short-term approach. In the long term, one of the key challenges as we go forward would be to have better technologies on aspects like carbon neutrality, for example. I think we still need far better technologies. I think Europe, for example, by 2050 is talking of a complete carbon neutrality, for example. So I think having better technologies to achieve that is also going to be a challenge. And the third important challenge, which we would see everywhere, especially in Asia, is the culture of each employee. Because it's easy to have a policy statement, it's easy to have it on your annual report, but does it actually translate it to the employee on the shop floor, on your sales team? And this is what we are driving today at Arkema, that sustainability is not just a policy statement. It has to be implemented by the action of every employee in the company, not just at work, but also at home. And we are driving this very strongly that even families are aware of this. The employee transfers these messages at home to their children, to their parents, that sustainability is today a necessity. And it's for the future of our children, for the future of our grandchildren that we take care. But there is a big challenge when we face on this culture front. There are certain other things by which we have gone forward. Arkema, as a global leader, has again been part of responsible care. I think that's a great initiative by ICC as well to promote this in India. And I think this voluntary commitment by companies, I think, is a great step forward. And I think that's a key sustainable initiative from ICC on responsible care. And I hope all of us contribute this to this even more. Some advices to other companies, especially small and middle-term companies. I think one is organizing sharing of best practices amongst companies. I think that's going to be a key. I think sustainability should not be individualistic to a company. I think we learn something, we share it with the neighboring company, we share it with the society. And I think one good thing which has happened during this COVID times, I have seen how closely this chemical community is working together since April. The way, whether through ICC or other forums, we've all come together, we've shared safety practices, we've shared so many other good practices. And I think suddenly the chemical industry is not looking at each other as competitors, but they are looking at it as one common block. And I think sustainability will only succeed if we look at ourselves as belonging to a block and not as one company. I think so. That is one strong message which I would like to drive, that whatever we learn, we share it unabashedly with people, whomever we know. I think this, as a multinational, is also, I think, one of my obligations here. And I think I would encourage everybody to do this. Also, from the social point of view, operational safety is one key step towards sustainability. And I think focus on operational safety as we go forward, especially in the light of the recent past months, I think is going to be very, very important as part of sustainability. I think operational safety cannot be undermined. Another important thing about environment is reduce the generation of waste. I think this is a key topic which most companies are facing today. I've heard somebody also mentioning about emissions, zero discharge, and many things. So I think there are various ways of doing this, but whatever we do to minimize the waste, I think is going to be a key. And going to other smaller companies, my simple advice would be to have some very small but achievable goals to start with. I think that's important. Let's not aim for the moon to begin with. Let's have achievable targets. And I think it's going to be possible. And lastly, from Arkema side, I would like to especially mention about one initiative which we have done in India, which is a key sustainability initiative. Arkema is a big user of castor oil. And the castor oil is sourced from India and primarily comes from Gujarat. So in the last 3 to 4 years, we have started an initiative called Pragati. Pragati is a project between Arkema, BASF, Giant Agro, and Solidaridad, wherein we have started an initiative with castor farmers in Gujarat. We are trying to create something called a sustainable code, which will be the first code in castor oil, the first global code. Palm oil we call what is called RSPO, but castor oil never had a sustainable code. So we have initiated this move with the farmers. And what are we doing here? We are teaching the farmers some excellent techniques on soil management, nutrition management, wearing of PPE, waste management, and many other things. We have come 10 to 11 codes. I can hear some voice.
Suresh, go ahead.
Yeah. So we are very closely working with North Gujarat farmers right now. This is the 4th year of our project. And while it started with these 4 companies, we have now seen a very active interest from other users of castor oil-based polymers. Arkema itself makes a polymer called nylon 11. And because there has been a strong demand from end customers, including automotive customers, for this type of bio-based polymer, we have actually launched a new investment in Asia, in Singapore, to expand our capacity further. So this backward initiative with the farmers in Gujarat, I think, is a topic on which we are very actively engaged. I'm personally involved in this. In fact, I'm on my way to Gujarat again next week to work with some of the farmers there. So for a chemical company to be working with farmers on sustainability is something very unique, but we are very happy and proud to do that. And I must tell you, I'm extremely happy with the way that the farmers have in turn reacted with us. Very open-minded, very broad-minded, and have stepped in. And I think it cannot work alone from our side. It has to work both the ways. And of course, there will always be an economical sense also in this for the farmer, for other stakeholders. So it also makes economic sense. It's a very baby step which we have taken. There are millions of farmers, but we have approached thousands of farmers. But it's a small step. I think it will only grow from here. So that's one small example which I wanted to give from Arkema. That's it, Ravi, from my side.
Raviji, please, let's have some, we have the three speakers done. I have some questions, but if you have some remarks, then after that, I can just take the question.
I think it has been amazing listening to all of them. And Jay having mentioned as to how he evolved himself even during the pandemic and evolved into a more sustainable company. We had Mukundan talking about the 4 ways of engagement, the 3 sustainable change of climate, circular, and biodiversity. And what was amazing to hear also was the roadmap that he has for 2030, 2050, which is something of a real eye-opener with specific measurable goals of carbon neutrality. It's amazing to hear all these things. And of course, to hear Suresh talk about what his company is doing for an end-to-end solution and about getting the entire farmer community involved in actually their pursuit of getting sustainable agriculture in place. I am sure there will be questions over here, Ravi, but I'll leave it now to your safe hands to take and get the outcome from our members, our people, delegates who are hearing them, and answer to their questions and answers. Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure and privilege.
Thank you, Ravi. So I think, we had an excellent 3 views. Jay probably represents a company or owns a company which is the smallest out of the 3. And he has a particular aspect and a view. And Mr. Mukundan, of course, is, running probably one of the largest chemical companies in India. And of course, we have Suresh, coming from the European aspect, as do I, but I come from a smaller company. So it's very interesting, these different aspects. Quickly to go to Jay, there is already a question. I'm going to mix a little bit. There is a question asking you how you say that carbon footprint would be increased with ZLD. And we are not going to answer question by question, but what we can do is have a general, view, because it may be useful. So Jay, if you want to take that or you want me to take that, I think I get exactly what you say. But since it was your statement.
No, what I said was that everybody doing zero discharge means you're investing huge amounts of money, spending a lot of energy to meet the standards or this waste. It's not exactly a carbon efficient method,
Yeah.
You're consuming a huge amount of energy, and you are doing a job which the government should be doing really. And we spend so much on CETPs. We pay for the CETPs, but yet we have been asked to do this. So I think it's totally not the right thing.
So Jay, if you allow me, So if you allow me to extend this is a subject ICC has taken up in our last sustainability conclave. We had I would use the word tirade from one of our experts on waste management, where the question is, what are you doing? You are taking water, you are evaporating it, you are taking all the CODs and other toxins, dioxins, etc., putting it into the sludge and then putting it into the ground, basically. Okay, that's number one. Number two is to evaporate the amount of energy that you put in. There is where comes your carbon footprint. That the logic of a chemical plant, being told to go ZLD. So there were very strong views, and we also have a consultant who's an ex-member secretary of CPCB who said this clearly. He said that it doesn't make any sense. So I completely agree with what you're saying. Chemical industry is going to use water. As long as you use water in a responsible way, if you use it as a reuse, reduce, recycle, try to do your best. But finally, I think we'll have to come to a point where at least some water is going to be used. My company, for example, is putting up a ZLD, but we find that it makes sense only to recycle 1/3 of the water. So 1/3 of the water where the TDS is of a level where it is one thing viable, and we have a low temperature evaporation technology which has just come up. It's a new technology where there's going to be a presentation tomorrow on this. And in that sense, I think it's a good story. But Jay, just to come back, if you have one piece of advice to young CEOs on how to really approach the policy or their outlook onto sustainable practices, what would that be?
What is it? What advice for what?
I would say just for young CEOs who are coming up, for example, your own son. I mean, I'm interacting with Samir as well. But I would, even others like him who are going to take the next gen, going to take into companies. Ravi's son is there. There are family-based companies. There are young CEOs who are professionals. What would be the basic advice? If there was one advice you would have to give to them, what would that be?
I think right in the beginning that makes eminent economic sense. It makes sense for business. And you have to do it. I mean, even the Prime Minister has said that, right? So what else can you have? I mean, we have seen the results. If you follow all these sustainable practices, your cost of production goes off. You feel good about it. There's a lot of satisfaction. Your employees feel good. Your neighbors feel good. Your shareholders feel good. It's a total feel-good factor and a business factor. Your profitability improves. Your shareholders get even happier. I think there's no question now that we have to embrace it.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jay. So I think the take final from your the summary is what would be great at a future date if we are always wanting some case studies, because people are a little cynical when you say you drop 2-3 EBITDA points. They say, okay, how do you do that, or increase 2-3 EBITDA points? Specifically, how do you do it? And if companies can share, like Suresh said, without conflict of interest position, I think that would be great at some future seminar, that we have specific cases saying that, this is how we reduce energy and this is what we got out. For example, I have now a chart in front of me where I've got now 3 windmills, and we've actually bought the kilowatt hour, both consumption down separately, but also the price of the kilowatt hour has come down by 30%. So, I mean, these are specific cases where you can put numbers.
I mean, you said Samir is now the co-chairman of this sustain.
Yeah,
the ideal person to tell you. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks, Jay. If I can come to Mr. Mukundan, I think very, very, as I said, very lucid, very specific, on, so we are not talking general. I think all the points are very clear. One thing that we would like at ICC to inform you and cooperate with your company and with you, I don't know if you know, but we have gotten relatively deep into, greenhouse gas measurement systems, because this is a complex subject. And we have tied up with the International Chemical Council Association, and we have the Japanese who are now, getting involved with this. They are among the best in this very complex calculation. We already had one seminar that we have done, and I didn't know that you guys are already advanced in this. So this is one of the good takeaways. If we could cooperate on, getting your guys in your company to tie up with Dr. Pranav Tripathi is, I think, on this line. That would be great if you agree. That would be, one comment, I would say, generally.
Absolutely delighted, Ravi. I think as has been highlighted, see, this entire area of sustainability is not a one company agenda. We cannot do it alone. It is not a government agenda. It is actually an entire ecosystem agenda. We have to move on it together. And I think the whole idea of working together, leading this together jointly is very important. and whatever it takes to work with various initiatives which industry associations are taking, various elements of, I would say, various companies are taking. I just want to say that, you know, our journey on sustainability started with one of our customers who insisted that this was very critical because they have signed up. Same way, we had a lot of inputs in the initial days coming from a major energy major who sort of supported us in terms of our efforts in terms of sustainability. So we will be very happy to cooperate, learn, and contribute. So always there to support. And within the sustainability committee, I'm happy to nominate our senior leadership team to be there and make sure that we have osmosis. I call it osmosis because I think it has to go from one company to another, and it has to flow in and flow out. And of course, it has to be tailor-made for everyone. I fully agree. For example, having the same kind of system process for a company which is near a coast versus a company which is near a river versus a company which is not near any water body will be very, very different. Similarly, a company which is in terms of size and scale, in terms of impact, I think we will tailor make all this. And I think our approach will be to work, delighted to work with ICC on this, and happy to take this forward. In fact, we have benefited largely from ICC's initial movement. If you recall, about 15, 16 years ago, when responsible care was being talked about in ICC and not many signatories were coming on, few of us initially signed up because we thought it was the right thing to do. And in a way, I think this entire sustainability piece is an extension of the responsible care movement, which we have pushed forward in ICC. I think we have to say this is nothing new. We have pushed the agenda on responsible care. This is just making it more focused, and we need to work on that together. So absolutely clear, Ravi. And I think you've also been on the forefront of pushing the responsible care agenda to deliver benefit to companies. You know, in terms of approvals, regulations, I think we have to get that moving in that direction.
Yeah, I'd like to remind you of our trip to Goa and how things have changed since then. We had a RCLG, just for everybody's information, and I think we were there, and we found a very nasty environment in those days, which I'm happy to report has a sea change. It's a 360-degree change. The international community completely now understands that, you know, we are very serious and ICC is serious. That has been a big change from those days when it was, I would say, not a very nice experience that we had in Goa. And then, Jay, if you remember, also in Japan was not the best of experience.
Also, Ravi, sorry, I just want to also add one thing we miss out. You know, India is home to 30% of biodiversity species. We have richer biodiversity than Europe. We have richer biodiversity than any other part of the world, despite having pressure of higher human population, despite having pressure of very high level of industrialization which is going on. So I think what India has achieved is by no means is a small feat. It's a fantastic, but we must progress in that direction. So I agree with you. All of us have gotten together and got it to this level, and we have a commitment that we should move forward. And these little foundations we have laid down are actually going to play out in the long run for all of us.
I think it's very, very encouraging, and I think it's great. And I think also maybe a presentation when we get your top leadership on your whale shark initiative and your coral reef initiative. I think that would be great for one of the executive committee meetings, Ravi. That you know, we have a 20-minute presentation on something which is not directly related to chemical industry but motivates all of us. So,
Gentlemen,
So,
I'd like to
happy to do that.
break the conversation here because we have President of ICCA of ACC, Chris John, and then we have Jim Fitterling, Chairman and CEO of DO in the next 10 minutes. But thank you very much for your engagement. Thank you very much for your thoughts and your journeys. And we take back home a lot of things, and we look forward to engaging further on this subject, ICC. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks, Ravi.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris John, and I'm the president and CEO of the American
It's my pleasure to welcome you all to session 3 of the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021 today. This session 3 is once again CEO Speaks, but this one is Global Perspective. You just now heard CEO Speaks, the Indian perspective. This global perspective is from USA. And in this perspective, it's being chaired by Mr. Chris Jahn, President and CEO, American Chemistry Council, ACC. And the other panelists are Mr. Jim Fitterling, Chairman and CEO, Dow, and Mr. Mark Vergano, Chairman, Board of Directors, ACC, and President and CEO. Mr. Chris Jahn is President and CEO of the American Chemistry Council, the leading association representing the $553 billion US chemicals industry. In this role, Jahn is responsible for driving a pro-growth, science-based public policy agenda and that fosters the development of groundbreaking products to improve lives, create jobs, and economic expansion, enhances public and environmental health and safety. The panelist, Mr. Jim Fitterling, who's Chairman and CEO of Dow, is a global material science company with 2019 sales of $43 billion. He has played a key role in the company's transformation from lower margin commodity businesses to one more deeply focused on high growth, consumer demand-driven markets that values innovation with the goal of creating the most innovative, customer-centric, inclusive, and sustainable materials science company in the world. And the other panelist is Mr. Jim Vergano, who is the first CEO of the Chem Hours company prior to its spin-off from DuPont in July 2015. He brings with him 3 decades of experience in the chemical industry, as well as an unenviable legacy of thoughtful and results-driven leadership. Given the time difference between US and India, the way we are hosting it now, we got this discussion recorded earlier, which we are going to play it now. Thank you.
My name is Chris Jahn, and I'm the President and CEO of the American Chemistry Council, or ACC. On behalf of my colleagues, Mark Vergano, President and CEO of Chemours, and Jim Fitterling, Chairman and CEO of Dow, I'd like to thank the Indian Chemical Council for inviting us to participate in your sustainability conclave. The timing of this event is fortuitous, as today the United States is inaugurating our 46th president, and as one of his first priorities, President Biden has pledged to re-enter the Paris Agreement on climate immediately. The chemical industry has a vital role to help in meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. The products of chemistry will play a key role in helping the US and countries around the world meet their commitments to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Our industry has a great story to tell, which is exemplified in the important and essential role the chemical industry plays over the past year as we all work together to fight the global pandemic of COVID-19. Chemicals enable countless products that are needed to fight the pandemic, including personal protective gear for frontline healthcare and essential workers, chemical biocides and disinfectants, and plastic products and packaging that help prevent contamination of food, medicine, personal care, and medical products, and much, much more. Our industry's response to the pandemic is just one example of that illustrates how we play an integral role in addressing and solving the world's greatest sustainability challenges. For the chemical industry, this commitment to sustainability is not new. Through responsible care, our industry has long demonstrated its worldwide commitment to an excellent environmental health, safety, and security performance, and to safeguard the health of our employees, the communities in which we operate, and the environment as a whole. At ACC, responsible care has laid the foundation for our commitment to sustainability, both for individual companies and collectively together across our industry. Chemistry is essential to a sustainable future. from the innovations that enable clean, safe drinking water, improve food quality, and enhance crop yields, to the clean energy resources that power energy efficient vehicles, homes, and businesses all around the world. And just as importantly, we need to manage chemicals responsibly and to protect human health and the environment for future generations. We cannot contribute to a sustainable future if we're not taking the right actions today. So I'd like to take a minute to talk to you about the American Chemistry Council's sustainability journey. Over the past several years, ACC has been engaged in an evolving effort to demonstrate to our stakeholders along the value chain the commitment and contributions of ACC members to address these challenges. Using the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals as a guide, we have focused our sustainability goals and work on the key areas where our companies can have the greatest impact. And we've made significant progress. We've developed a set of industry-wide sustainability principles that articulate how the chemical industry is advancing safe, innovative, and effective chemical products and technologies that help address climate change, hunger, clean water and energy needs, and in order to enhance a global standard of living. And thanks to the hard work of leaders from companies all across the ACC membership, we have developed, and the ACC Board of Directors has approved, a set of 10 sustainability metrics, which we're asking all ACC members to begin reporting voluntarily on this year. These metrics build off of the performance measurements our members have already been reporting through Responsible Care for years. They will enable us to further commit to transparency by providing information about our products and operations in a clear, understandable, and credible way to build and grow public trust. As we continue our sustainability journey at ACC, we also have identified opportunities where the chemical industry can show true leadership and make meaningful contributions to continue to address societal challenges. This includes taking action to reduce and mitigate emissions to our environment, protect our water resources and increase access to clean water, transparently provide information on the safety of the products we manufacture, and work to conserve resources and transform waste materials into feedstocks for new products. This effort requires strong leadership and investment in innovation and technology, and above all, a commitment from ACC members and our supply chain partners. So with that, let's get our session started today. So ACC is fortunate to have two visionary leaders guiding us in this effort, leaders who have made it their mission to embed sustainability principles throughout their company's core values and priorities. So Mark Vernano is President and CEO of Chemours and co-chair of the ACC Board of Directors Sustainability Committee. Mark was named the first CEO of Chemours when it was spun off from DuPont in 2015. He began his career at DuPont in 1980 as a process engineer and served in a variety of leadership roles in the company over the next 35 years. We're also joined by Jim Fitterling, who's the chairman and CEO of Dow and co-chair of the ACC Board Sustainability Committee with Mark, and also the new ACC Board of Directors chair. Jim began his career at Dow right out of college more than 35 years ago and has held a variety of leadership positions with the company, become CEO in 2018. So I'm going to ask Jim and Mark for a few opening comments. And after that, I'm going to propose a series of questions to them that help describe their company's commitment and contributions to sustainability, including some of the challenges that they faced, how sustainability is helping their companies become better stewards of human health and the environment, while also generating an economic value to their companies. So Jim, maybe I could turn to you for a few opening comments.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thanks for having me today, and also great to be here with Mark because we share a lot of common beliefs about sustainability and about responsible care, which I think go hand in hand. For Dow, product stewardship is a concept that goes back for us more than 50 years. Mr. Dow, first created that organization inside Dow then. In sustainability in its current form, we're on our third decade of 10-year sustainability goals. And I would say we started responsible care very early on with the movement. And then we moved into sustainability. And I would say those 3 decades kind of translate into the early 10-year goals were around the footprint of our operations, how we operate safely, reliably, do less harm to the environment. The second 10 years was really about the handprint, is what we call it, and that was how our products got used in society. And the third 10 years has been about the blueprint, which has been about designing a future that's more sustainable. And so we look at our goals in several ways. Obviously, we know we have to deliver breakthrough innovations, and many of our products, I say very often, probably 9 out of 10 of our new products have sustainability at the core of them. We know that we have to design products to be circular, to advance a circular economy, so that's articulated in our goals. We must continue to run world-leading operations. Safe and reliable operations help us reduce injuries, help us reduce emissions, so that's important. But world-leading operations will go beyond that, designed to help us achieve net zero carbon goals and carbon emissions reductions. And we know that we have to put a value on nature, whether it's understanding the amount of water we take out of a watershed and the water that we put back, and trying to close that loop, whether it's making a zero discharge or a completely recyclable use of water in the system, or whether it's dealing with air emissions or spills into the environment. We have to have better systems to manage all that. So we try to incorporate that into our goals, and we try to align those goals not just to regulatory requirements, but also to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So if you looked at our sustainability goals, you could map them all to the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And that's what drives this in our company. And I would say it's not a regulatory exercise, it's really a strategic exercise to try to make ourselves the best. We think for the industry to be viable long-term and continue to grow, we need to address these issues. They're important for innovation, they're important for growth, and they're important for our
drive your company in a direction you need it to be driven. So, I mentioned the
movement, and then we moved into sustainability. And I would say those 3 decades kind of translate into the early 10-year goals were around the footprint of our operations, how we operate safely, reliably, do less harm to the environment. The second 10 years was really about the handprint, is what we call it, and that was how our products got used in society. And the third 10 years has been about the blueprint, which has been about designing a future that's more sustainable. And so we look at our goals in several ways. Obviously, we know we have to deliver breakthrough innovations, and many of our products, I say very often, probably 9 out of 10 of our new products have sustainability at the core of them. We know that we have to design products to be circular, to advance a circular economy, so that's articulated in our goals. We must continue to run world-leading operations. Safe and reliable operations help us reduce injuries, help us reduce emissions, so that's important. But world-leading operations will go beyond that, designed to help us achieve net zero carbon goals and carbon emissions reductions. And we know that we have to put a value on nature, whether it's understanding the amount of water we take out of a watershed and the water that we put back, and trying to close that loop, whether it's making a zero discharge or a completely recyclable use of water in the system, or whether it's dealing with air emissions or spills into the environment. We have to have better systems to manage all that. So we try to incorporate that into our goals, and we try to align those goals not just to regulatory requirements, but also to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So if you looked at our sustainability goals, you could map them all to the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And that's what drives in our company, and I would say it's not a regulatory exercise. It's really a strategic exercise to try to make ourselves the best. We think for the industry to be viable long term and continue to grow, we need to address these issues. They're important for innovation, they're important for growth, and they're important for our license to operate both from a regulatory and a social perspective.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Mark?
Well, like Jim, and again, Chris, thanks for moderating this. And unlike Dow, we're not as long in the tooth, in terms of how long we've been around. But as you said, we came out of DuPont, so there's a 200-year history behind us. But we like to think of ourselves as a little bit more of a startup from a standpoint of how we've been trying to look at a lot of things, including sustainability. And so over the last 5 years since we've been in place, we really have tried to figure out, how do you match sustainability with our strategies? Because that's really, as Jim said, that's sort of, they go together, right? You don't want to have these sustainability goals that sit over here on the side that are completely foreign to the strategy of the company. They have to be one. That's how you're going to make progress with this. So after our second year, we came out with something we called our corporate responsibility commitments. And they really were in 3 different areas. One was around inspired people. The second was around shared planet, and the third was evolved portfolio. So all 3 of these, there's 10 goals inside of these 3, but it's not just about environmental, right? As Jim said, this is much broader. So this is about people and about strategy. So it's about our product strategies. It's about how we want our organization to look, how diverse it's going to be. We have a goal that 50% of our organization by 2030 will be women. And in the chemical industry, that's a stretch. The chemical industry averages about 20+% women in our industry, but yet it's a great source of talent that we want to bring into our company and into the whole industry. So there's opportunities here to be able to look at your sustainability goals well beyond just the environmental footprint that you have. It's got to be what you're going to do for society and make society better, and make your company's strategy robust and better as well. So I think it's a holistic way of thinking about this.
Great. Thank you for those thoughtful comments. And so, Mark, we'll continue with you as we jump to our first question here. So sustainability is a broad term, and it has a lot of variety of actions and priorities: economic, social, environmental responsibilities. You mentioned some of those in your opening comments. What are the primary areas of focus for your company going forward that are going to have a specific impact on enhancing your sustainability footprint?
Yeah, and without repeating myself, those 3 areas are really the areas we have, whether it's people or planet or portfolio. But inside of that, they have to match up to something that we're trying to do inside the company as well. So for us, when we look at our goals, first of all, we decided to put some stretch goals there. I can't tell you that these are falling off the log by 2030 goals. These are goals that we believe will distance ourselves from competition, will create a competitive advantage, whether that is competitive advantage in terms of the people that we could attract, or a competitive advantage in the products that we bring to market. But overall, they have to be something that is going to drive your company in a direction you need it to be driven. So, I mentioned the goal of women. One of our other goals is around being one of the largest fluoro producers in the world. We have a goal that 99.9% reduction of fluoro emissions into the air and the water. We don't know exactly how to do that, but we know that that is going to distance ourselves from other competitors from that standpoint, and hopefully attract customers at the same time while doing good things for the planet as we do that. So to me, I think that you've got to think about your goals very specific to your company strategy, and in light of how that's going to create a competitive advantage for you, not just how it's going to help the environment. They have to do both.
Yep, absolutely. So Jim, your response to that same question, kind of the primary areas of focus and kind of the specific impact you're looking in regards to your sustainability footprint.
Well, as I mentioned before, I think maintaining world-leading operations and making sure worker safety, reliable operations, no unintended environmental consequences. This kind of baseline fundamentals. And this is a very safe industry to work in. I think one of the reasons it is because we're aware of the hazards that we deal with every day, and we do a lot of work to mitigate that risk. I think the places where we have the most opportunity to make breakthrough, as Mark alluded to with the fluorocarbon goals. In our case, it has to do with protecting the climate around carbon emissions. And so we're an energy intensive company, and we use a lot of energy, and we have emissions. And so to be able to reduce by 2030 our CO2 emissions by 15%, which is about what we've been able to do for the last 10 years, do that again in this next 10 years, but by 2050 to get to net zero carbon emissions. That's a stretch goal, and that's going to require new technology development and new breakthroughs. But clearly, it is the direction that we believe we need to go to have the least impact that we can on the environment and to help climate change and to help move that needle. The other thing we've committed to do is working in the area of plastics on stopping the waste and closing the loop. So we were one of the founding companies and one of the leaders in the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. And the way we've incorporated that at Dow is we set a goal by 2030 to stop the waste by enabling 1 million metric tons of plastics to be collected, reused, or recycled. So we're one of probably 25 large players around the world. So if everybody was to make a commitment like that, we'd have a very significant impact on plastic waste. The other goal was to be able to make everything that we make and sell that goes into packaging, which is where the majority of our plastics end up, fully recyclable, so that those end products can be fully recycled. Today, some products that go into plastic packaging go into very complex structures, and they're hard to recycle. So if we can use our polymer technology to be able to make those more out of homogeneous type polymers rather than blends, it allows them to be recycled, and that gives us a really big impact on the environment. So those two, stopping the waste and closing the loop, really go hand in hand for us. And then I would say the one that is also on front of the radar is impact that we have on the watershed. You know, trying to not just understand it, but trying to do a better job of managing water, because our belief is longer term, water will become very critical. And although we typically are operating in areas that have plentiful availability of water, the world is not in that situation. It requires technologies and capabilities that we can demonstrate. And when we can do a better job within our operations, we take some burden off society so that there's more water available for the public to use. And so we're looking at all those areas as really the breakthroughs for our company.
Great. Thank you, Jim. That's both your answers. It's just phenomenal in terms of the opportunities going forward. So the theme of this event is sustainability makes economic sense. And obviously profit is a crucial success indicator for our member companies, and investors are increasingly looking at sustainability as an indicator of potential future financial returns. So kind of a two-part question here, and I'll start again with you, Mark. What have been some of the key tangible benefits to your company from enhancing your commitment to sustainability? And what has been the impact of incorporating sustainability-related environmental, social, governance, or ESG activities into corporate ratings? And where do you see this moving in the future, this whole ESG investment movement?
Yeah, I'd say tangible benefits are there, right? And so I think my advice to everyone is don't think of these again as just things you have to do to meet regulatory requirements. These are opportunities for all of us to really differentiate ourselves. If you pick the right goals and you drive the right goals from that standpoint. So for us, it's about attracting customers. We have a lot of customers who have asked for very specific things in terms of our products, not just performance, but also how they perform from an environmental and sustainable point of view. And so it allows us to have that lead, if you will, with these customers from that standpoint, which generates revenue right away for us. In some cases, it is about how we operate inside of countries and governments to make sure that we're a welcome partner and people want us there versus trying to find ways to regulate around you. And that's important for us as well. But being a responsible company, one that is responsible both to the environment, but responsible to a lot of these sustainability initiatives, really creates value for you. Whether it's consumers, whether it's customers, or whether it's governments and localities themselves. But on the other side, the second part of your question, we've seen investors who in the past had shied away from us in terms of being in our stock, who now that we're very open about our CRC goals and our sustainability goals have come into the stock. In fact, in our last earnings call, I spent probably 10 minutes of that call walking through with investors our progress on our 10 goals. And I got really good feedback from folks. And in fact, we did get some new investors coming out of that who now look at you in a different light because they have some goals themselves that they have to meet. So when you think of this from an economic point of view, I think the first cut is, hey, can I reduce costs by reducing waste? Of course you can, but it's well beyond that. It's in the revenue side, it's in the welcoming side of customers and governments, and it's also in the investor side as well, if you do it well.
Thank you, Mark. Jim, your thoughts on ESG investing in the future here?
The flows of funds into ESG investing are astronomical. I mean, in the last 2 years, the growth rate of funds into that space has been exponential, and it's going to continue that way. I don't think we're going to see a change. So I agree with Mark, and I would say the things that we've talked about with investors over the years are now starting to gain more attention and more awareness than they ever have. I think the traction is there. And so we have a good story to tell, and now we've got an audience that wants to hear it, and I think that's a good combination. To Mark's point, I think a lot of investors have traditionally thought that sustainability and ESG measures were costs to companies, and they don't think about what the opportunities are for the companies. So I'll give you a couple of kind of easy to remember but specific examples. Let's take silicones, which is a big product line for us. One of the products that we make are silicone sealants that go into skyscrapers, glass glazing that holds those buildings together. It's a huge energy savings for building and construction. 1 ton of silicone produced will save 200 tons of CO2 emissions. So the product benefit to the economy and the environment in terms of energy savings is way, way more than the amount of energy it takes to make the product. I don't think that's a well understood portion of our business. So for example, Dow Chemical today would have an emissions footprint of about 37 million metric tons of CO2, yet our products would save over 400 million metric tons of CO2 on a very conservative basis in the environment. So we have to look at both sides of the equation, and I think this is one of the places where ESG sustainability metrics have to evolve, is to take into account not just the footprint of the product itself, but the benefits that they provide. And that's where using science-based targets and scope 1, 2, 3 metrics, I think we have to develop more extensive metrics to help support that and to help people understand the benefit of the products. The other thing I would say on the cost side of the equation, and a lot like employee safety and process safety in the early days, a lot of people thought it was an expense and they didn't see the value in it, but over time have begun to understand that there's real value in it. Process safety and reliability, uptime on your assets, higher quality, more output from the plants actually falls to the bottom line, and worker safety falls to the bottom line as well. We're starting to see that with sustainability. We do things today that we couldn't have imagined 20 years ago doing. Like in some cases, we don't put in equipment to treat wastewater. We use nature. We might use a waste pond or a field with vegetation, which we harvest and manage to really remediate process waste that comes, not hazardous waste, but process waste that comes off of some of our plants. Those are important cost savings, but also nature benefits that we take a look at. Water reuse I talked about. Our most advanced site in Terneuzen in the Netherlands sits in an industrial park, but it also is near a community. And there was a real challenge on freshwater needs for the community. And so we banded together with energy providers and other partners at the site to figure out a way to close the loop around the industrial process, which means we were able to take processed wastewater within that complex, recycle it and reuse it, which took a real huge demand off of the municipality for providing fresh water to us. And then it allowed them to not only divert that fresh water back to the community, but also to grow their services. So we're finding some very interesting partnerships through this, and we're finding some ways that we can not only have a less environmental impact and less cost, but we can have a broader benefit than just our bottom line. We can have a broader benefit to the community.
Wow, that's a great story. That's neat. So, Jim, you talked a little bit about process safety, and Mark used the word responsible before. And so I'm going to kind of pivot a little bit to responsible care, which, as we all know here, is the backbone of the chemical industry's commitment to operate with health, safety, environmental protection as our top priorities. And it's our flagship program here at the American Chemistry Council. So how does responsible care work in the context of these issues? How has it enabled your company and, in our industry overall to strengthen our EHS&S performance? And how do you see responsible care complementing our sustainability priorities? Maybe Mark, I'll go back to you first with that.
Yeah, well, if you think back on the start of responsible care, Dow was one of the original companies involved in responsible care, as was the predecessor of Chemours DuPont. So these are companies that have been around this for a long, long time. And the whole concept of responsible care was how do you have a tide that rises for everybody? How do you create a good benchmark across the industry? Because as we all know, it just takes one chemical plant anywhere in the world to have an incident, and it reflects on our entire industry. It's one of the few industries where that kind of a connect happens. And so you want to keep everybody safe. You want everybody to be able to operate in a very responsible, sustainable way. So responsible care in itself is something that we hold very dear inside of Chemours. One of our 5 corporate values is safety obsession. So safety becomes something that's important. It should be important to anyone who runs a hazardous operation from that standpoint. And we benchmark ourselves against responsible care companies. So my compensation by our board of directors is looked at versus, are we in the top quartile of safety performance of responsible care companies? That's just something, whether it's employee safety or contractor safety or process safety, that is something that is looked at every year. And our goal is to be at the top of that quartile. We look at that group. We also look at companies like Dow, who are one of the leaders in this whole area, to try to benchmark against. But to me, that it's hand in glove with this whole concept of sustainability, because it's not just about safety, right? It's about how you perform as a company from an environmental standpoint. So I think sustainability, responsible care, safety all fit together. Just like Jim, one of our 10 goals is around safety as well. So you can't separate these out and say, I have this sustainability work going on over here that's separate from my safety work. It doesn't work that way. These are all integrated and locked together.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim, your thoughts on that and the integration with responsible care?
Completely agree with Mark, and it has to be embedded into your day-to-day work. It isn't a separate initiative, so it's embedded today into our work processes, into our management systems, into how we do everything that we do. And we've had a lot of years of experience to get it to that point. I think one of the important things for the audience to think about, this is one of the safest industries in the world to work in. That isn't what the general public thinks when they think about the chemical industry, because they're influenced by a lot of misinformed social media activities. So what you have to do is demonstrate that right behavior, and you need to make a commitment to a set of principles like responsible care and practice them on a daily basis. And to Mark's point, it has to show up in your results. So like Chemours, we're measured for our environment, health, and safety performance. And we just this year started to get rewarded based on our ESG performance, which includes things like diversity, gender pay gap, those kind, and the metrics within our organization. This is the direction that the world is headed, not just our industry, but the world is headed in this direction. And I think it's important to make a commitment to these fundamental principles to operate, because that becomes part of your culture. And the importance of that being part of your culture is that when things get a little bit noisy and when things happen outside and your people default to a way of operating, they default to those principles that are part of your culture. That's the importance of responsible care, is making that commitment, being part of something that's bigger than your individual company, being part of something that contributes to the entire industry and raises the image of the entire industry. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's self-policing. That's an element of it. We're still going to have regulators. But if you follow these principles and you embed them into your operations, when those regulators and those outside agencies come in and want to take a look at your operations and see how you're doing things, they are going to see a commitment and a discipline that shows that you are not just talking about this, but you're doing it every day on your sites. That's what our boards of directors want to see. That's what our investors want to see. And that's what the public wants to see. And the other thing I would say is, don't underestimate the power of the scientists and engineers that work in this industry. There's nobody that works in our industry that wants to harm the environment. In fact, they're almost all the other way. They want to help the environment, and we all live in the communities where our operations are based. So we understand the community impact, and we don't want to have a negative community impact. So I think it's important that your local people are empowered and are in charge to do the right thing at those sites. That's where it really comes to life, is in those labs and in those plants where we do our business.
Very well said, Jim. And in terms of the ethic of responsible care, that's right. And in our work at ACC, whether it's at the international, federal, state, and local levels of that approach to responsible care and making sure that our members, what they do and how they do it, is not only they're proud of it, but it's that performance is just off the charts, and the understanding of that regulatory community of what you all do voluntarily really carries a lot of weight with them. So let me pivot a little bit from responsible care and sustainability, and we're talking those connections to the coronavirus pandemic. I mean, that's why we're doing this online, and we're all doing Zoom calls and WebEx meetings, and it's brought unprecedented challenges in all aspects of your businesses. Kind of how's the industry as a whole and your company specifically, Mark, stepped up to address COVID-19?
Well, to connect back to something Jim just said, this is a very safe industry. And I will put up numbers on the chemical industry versus any industry in the world versus how we've dealt with the pandemic in terms of keeping our employees safe. Very few issues if you look across the world with this industry. And a lot of it has to do with how we operate, right? We understand PPE. We know what we have to wear into certain environments. We understand procedures. We follow them extremely well. Our people are incredibly well disciplined because of that. So I think, as devastating as this pandemic's been across the world and the deaths we've seen across the world, I think you'll see the chemical industry has really performed extremely well through it. And if I pick on Chemours for a second, when this first started just about a year ago, we immediately said we had to sort of set what we called a North Star. which were really three principles. Number one, we have to keep our employees safe. We have to allow our employees to protect their families. And third, we have to be able to support our customers. Those are the three things. And we told everyone, you were going to make all our decisions based on those three principles. So whenever you get stuck, look at those three. So for instance, we didn't do layoffs throughout the company because we needed our employees to have salaries and healthcare so they could take care of their families going forward. So that was extremely important to us. And our employees embraced that, and in fact, took a 10% salary reduction on their own, voluntarily, 100% participation, because they knew that if they did that, they'd be able to support each other to go through that. So, we saw some tremendous teamwork from that. We told our customers, we're going to make sure we have the products that you need, so that no one could see in front of their face how the demand signal, right? So we had to work really closely with them to be able to do that. And as I mentioned, with the procedures and PPE, we had to keep everyone safe. So for us, that really it's turned out to be, hey, this is real difficult for all of us to manage through. But it has been something that has pulled this organization and this company together. We've been able to reverse the salary reductions because we've seen an uptick in our demand, and we want to make sure our employees got their money back from that standpoint. And I think that served them well. And again, keeping that North Star in front of us, and it's not over, right? This pandemic is not over, is really important to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim, your thoughts on your COVID response?
I back to Mark's point, it was very important for the industry to keep operating through COVID. I think first and foremost, because we make so many critical products that were necessary to fight the pandemic and to keep the economies going. And we were fortunate that we have operations in China, so we had a little bit of early learning. We don't have operations in Wuhan, but we at least had early learning from what was happening in China. And we quickly leveraged that into, as Mark talked about, PPE and processes and procedures. We wrote a very comprehensive return to the workplace playbook. And basically it was there to show governments that, we're an essential employee and we know how to continue to operate. And these are the principles that we're going to operate under to keep the doors open, because all of our customers downstream were saying, I have a lot of demands and I need you to be able to keep up with me. That was helpful. That playbook and that experience got used by a lot of different industries. It got used in the construction industry and others as they wanted to continue to operate. So I think that was a contribution beyond our doors. The other thing that I would say is that in addition to making products, we innovated a lot, and we did some things out of a philanthropic nature, like we don't produce hand sanitizer, but we do make some of the materials that go into it. So we were making 200 metric tons at 5 Dow sites, within a few weeks, mostly for local hospitals, just so they could keep the doors open and keep workers safe. PPE like gowns and masks and face masks, low cost models for how to make a face mask out of plastic that you could do in your local community to keep a small hospital going when they couldn't get PPE in the early days. Respirators, we worked with Whirlpool and Reynolds to make one of those, positive pressure respirators. This wouldn't be a self-contained apparatus, but you might see a hood that has air blowing into it, that a frontline hospital worker might use. And so it was just a way to make a contribution. The other thing I think that was important is protecting our employees. We had about 14,000 employees plus quite a few thousand contractors still coming into the sites every day. So how are we going to make sure they were safe? And we did a lot of innovative things to make sure we kept them safe and the workers safe. We tested their temperature and we did symptom checks every day to make sure they were safe. We didn't let people in if they were showing signs of COVID. But if we asked them to stay at home and quarantine, we paid them. We didn't dock their pay. We didn't want to incentivize them to come to work sick and contaminate other people. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure they did the right thing. And I think by doing that, we kept our number of cases down below what was happening in the local communities, and we were able to keep operating. So I'm proud of what the teams have done there. We've done a lot of work with local governments and local communities to talk to them about practices and share practices. And individual employees have dedicated their own time to help governments and local hospitals and other things get prepared. So I am proud. As Mark said, we don't have anything to be ashamed of in the industry. We have a strong story to tell. And we've had an environment where people have been receptive to hearing that, and we've got to make sure that we stand up and tell that story. You can operate in a pandemic environment and still go to work. And I think we can demonstrate that in the industry, and I think we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, just proud to represent this industry that's done so much in response to this. And in fact, we built out a whole website just with case studies of what our member companies have done to respond to the pandemic. It's just really, frankly, amazing. All right, we are running out of time, so I got one more question for both of you. You know, you're the leaders of multinational chemical companies, and obviously playing a leading role in sustainability issues. Kind of from what you've talked about today and what have you learned kind of on your journey here, what can you provide? What advice, kind of what roadmap, what can you share with the audience here of Indian chemical companies that are seeking to enhance their own sustainability efforts? Kind of what advice would you give those folks? Mark?
Yeah, maybe I just simplify it to three things I would share. Number one is, as I mentioned before, your sustainability goals and your sustainability ambitions have to be aligned with your strategy. They can't be separate. You know, for us, you know, one of our goals is to be carbon positive by 2030 or by 2050. And the reason we could be carbon positive by 2050 is because we have a product line of refrigerants that are the lowest global warming potential refrigerants in the world, Opteon, and our customers are going to be able to reduce the carbon footprint by using those. So it has to be aligned. Your goals should be very much aligned with the strategy you're trying to drive as a company. The second is really around big goals. You know, don't put a laundry list together. Don't do 20 goals that you know you can get. You know, pick the few that make a big difference and stretch them. Right? Your organization will shock you and surprise you at what they could deliver. And so go ahead and stretch on those big goals. As I mentioned, we don't know exactly how to get to our floral goal. We don't know how to get to 50% women in the workforce, but I could tell you our organization is figuring every possible way to do that because they know that's important for the world to be able to do. And then third, don't underestimate how exciting this is for your employees. We've seen so much energy generated as we launched these goals and really said, we want everyone to be part of this and we need your ideas to get there. And what we found was people really, really dig into these and they get aligned with them. They feel good about it because you're doing not only good for the company, you're doing good for the world. And people really want to be part of that. And so those are the three things I'd say. Make sure it's lined up with strategy, make the goals big enough, and don't underestimate the alignment and excitement you can get with your employee base.
Great points, Mark. Jim?
I would just, to add to Mark's comments, I would say just remember that transparency builds trust. And so being open and communicating with your communities and with your investors about what you're doing, I think is a positive thing. And showing progress is more important than being perfect in this goal. So I think everybody understands that. But tracking it and measuring it and showing progress is critical. Just like employee safety or process safety, this pays for itself. Make the commitment, and I think you'll find over time that this more than pays for itself. Not just bottom line cost, but emissions, efficiency, fuel efficiencies, raw material costs, waste reduction. All of these are good, and all of these will help pay for themselves. And last, to Mark's point about empowering people, sometimes when we see challenges and we set goals, we like to set goals and tell people how to get it done. In this case, I think Mark's point about making big goals and let people run with them and get them done. Not one, they feel empowered and they have a lot of passion for what they want to work on. Everybody wants to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And if you give them room to run and some resources, they're going to come back with some very innovative and creative ideas. COVID was a case in point. We came up with some innovations in such a short period of time because we didn't micromanage them on cost. We just needed to get some things done, and they surprised us. So let them run. And remember, young people that want to hire into your companies want to work on these issues. And if they don't see you working on them, they're not going to come and join your company. They're going to go join another industry. This is what the world is working on. We need to be out front. We are the business of chemistry. The business of chemistry and science and engineering has the solutions to these problems, and we need to demonstrate that and put that right out in the storefront.
Absolutely. Well said. And so with that, that brings our session to a close. You can see why Jim and Mark and their companies are leaders in sustainability. And so I'd like to thank each of them for their time today and sharing their insights with all of us. And also like to thank the Indian Chemical Council for the opportunity to share our views on this important issue. And we wish you the best on your event. Thank you.
What a great conversation that we just heard, that was recorded specifically for our session for this conclave, for the sustainability conclave. Great conversation, but there was also a similarity that you saw. The commitment of Indian CEOs, their ambition, their focus is very similar to what is happening in other parts of the world. But again, as it was mentioned, metrics is important. What gets measured gets done. So we have to constantly keep focusing on measuring the activities that we do, activities that we undertake to keep sustainability and safety first, environmental, social, governance. We have to keep focusing on that. So we will have these videos even later on available on our site. We'll work towards it. But as of now, it's a big thank you to the American Chemistry Council. Indian Chemical Council works with the American Chemistry Council and others through the membership of International Council of Chemical Associations, ICCA, and we are equally committed to responsible care, not only the companies that already have adopted it, but to make more and more members and to keep the sustainability journey together. So thank you very much. So we are now going to have a break, and we are going to reassemble after the break at 14:20, when we are going to have the session with minimizing environmental and social impact, a sustainable approach. We have a number of presentations, and that session will be chaired by Ms. Sandra Shroff from UPL and co-chaired by Mr. Vimal Gokuldas, Vice President of ICC. So thank you. Have a break, grab a sandwich, grab a coffee, and come back and rejoin at 14:20. Thank you. Welcome to all of you to session 4 of the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021. This is a session on minimizing environmental and societal impact, a sustainable approach. And we really have a great panel, both from India and Singapore. And what is most gratifying is that we have in this panel as chair, I would say, is a shining star of the Indian chemical industry that has truly taken a homegrown company from Gujarat to be a global first. I'm referring to Ms. Sandra Shroff, who's going to chair this panel, who's the vice chairman of UPL. She's also at the helm of Enviro Technology Limited and Bharuch Enviro Infrastructure Limited as director. Apart from the growth of her company, which is her top priority, she has been closely associated with ICC, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and Chemexil. Instrumental in resolving the problems faced by the chemical industry throughout India over the last 3 decades, she has been a major contributor to the rapid industrial growth at Ankleshwar and Vapi. More than her industrial work and contribution, she has been actively promoting social infrastructure such as hospitals and schools. She is renowned for the establishment of institutions that are ranked among the best in India. And just now we were talking, and she was again mentioning about the institution that she's going to visit. So she's going to chair this session, and along with that, chairing is Mr. Vimal Gokul Das, who is the Vice President of ICC and is also the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at the Dharamsi Morarji Chemical Company Limited.
Okay.
Now I hand over to you, Sandra, the chair of the session. Everyone is in your hands now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the honor of being the chairman of this session. The subject is extremely important. Sustainability, looking after the environment, all of these are very, very important. And I think all of you know how important they are. They can also be money spinners. If you take care of your effluent, if you segregate each stream, if you treat every effluent separately, you will not have a problem in treating any effluent. It's only when you get an unholy mess mix that you have problems of treating effluent. So for sustainability, you have to work hard and make sure that you keep each and every waste stream or waste material separately and deal with it separately, and you will really reap the benefits. You may even be able to, and what we do very often is to recycle waste streams. What would be waste streams, we treat them and then we recycle them. That cuts costs and also cuts costs in manufacturing and also in waste treatment. So everything can be reused and everything can be sustained, and that is a really important part of sustainability, not only for the chemical industry, but for everything. And if you do it, you can definitely reap the benefits. But how do we do it here in India? That is a problem, because we have environmental rules and regulations which are sometimes, for the chemical industry, extremely difficult to keep track of. For instance, we have norms where we have to have 250 COD in our effluent outlet stream of 250 COD, and we have to have it 24 hours of the day and 7 days of the week and 360 days of the year. Whereas in other countries, they have a mean of 250 for the whole month or for a week. which is much easier to manage and saves this, you've got 251 when the inspector comes round, or 275. These are things which really upset industry, and we need to sort them out, and we need to have a level playing field with the rest of the world as far as chemicals are concerned. We need to have rules and regulations for the environment that other countries have. I mean, for instance, the United States can discharge 4,000 COD into the sea. And we have 250 as the norm, and 500 if we discharge into the deep sea. So we have a lot of work to do if we want to do what Mr. Modi wants us to do, Honorable Prime Minister. We have to work together, and I hope that you work together with the regulators, with the Ministry of Chemicals, the Ministry of Agriculture, to make things easy, and rational. And it shouldn't take years to get permissions for chemical plants. It shouldn't take, we shouldn't have rules which are more excess than in other countries. So with that, I will tell you, that is what I feel and what I've always been working for. And I would like you to now, I think, Mr. Shantanu Gupta from Indian Oil Company, right, is the first person to present a paper, Sustainable Business Models Aligning with the People and the Planet. So you will give us much more on what I was saying.
Thank you.
Explore.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for a very elaborate and very nice thought you have explained to us, which is a primarily responsibility of each citizen of the country. We, the leaders, we have another role to play, to lead, to make people convinced what to do, what not to do, which is good for us, which is not good for us. So that's a big responsibility you should take. Thank you very much, madam. It's nice to hear you also for this. So now I can start. I hope presentation will be shared by system, or I have to share my presentation.
Kindly share it yourself, please.
Okay, right. Thank you. Can you see this? Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So good afternoon, everybody. With these eminent speakers, the business leaders, and also our very, very important viewers who are attending this program through the virtual link. So I am Shantanu. I am from Indian Oil. So I will be speaking about what are the initiatives Indian Oil as a company is doing, and also the Ministry of Petroleum, the initiatives being taken for making this our country and the globe, obviously, a more habitable place, and the climate change challenges we can also take care and mitigate the waste. So I will see this starting from a very brief on the energy for the future. You see, we as a country, we are blessed with large populations. People say it's a challenge, it's a burden, but I always tell it's a resources. So maybe the thinking lines are different, but I always take it like that. Even in my corporations, in organization, every individual has something to contribute. And it is on us to see that this contribution is being taken from the individuals and is being channelized for the development and benefit of the mankind. So population growth, GDP growth, demand management. So we are the energy thirsty country. You don't know, that is the highest consumption of energy now. If you see the delta, the increase, the growth is here. So we have lots of responsibility to see that how this fossil fuel and the other emissions can be curtailed and grown in a different channels to the renewables. So that is what I will be speaking this today. Population growth, it's a main driver, and GDP growth. Yes, more of your consumerisms are growing. People are going from ease of life. They are more numbers of gadgets, switches to use. So it calls for a demand management. So it's very important to have a proper demand management when we are in the growth path. Similarly, once you have a demand management, you are also is the supply challenges. How to meet that huge demand, huge requirement of the people, of the population, country. So there are conventional fuel available, but how long you can, and what are your dependence on the conventional fuel? Over 83% of your import, so it's a liquid fuel import and gas. So there comes alternatives. There's energy. You have to go for renewables. You have to go for biofuels. You have to go for gas in a bigger way. That is the supply challenges. You have to also plan your supplies so that it meets with the demand and it ultimately gives in a balanced outlook. Security of supplies, huge import dependence, competition, and here comes the requirement of indigenous feedstock. How to organize that? Feedstocks we'll discuss in the further slides. That what are the challenges in feedstock and how it can be managed. And then come the sustainability, which is the ultimate the whole world is looking at. Pollution, climate change, environmental impacts. So unless this is taken care of, mankind is at stake. The life is at stake. So all these things are required, and this is under the technology and policy. These are the pillars, because with this century, we have blessed with lots of researches across the globe. Lots of new technologies are coming. Policies are being framed so that we can see for a future which is much more sustainable. This slide, I will show you the agony, that the stress on the mind of the people who are looking at that. Earth overshoot day. What is exactly that? We have tried to give you a 50 years snapshot. You can see starting from 1970. It's basically a year starting from 1st January to 31st December. And it is in 1970, Earth was sustaining up to 29 December. This is the day when humanity exhausts its nature budget for the year. That is the day when annual ecological footprint of human beings are greater than the planet's overall biodiversity. It's very important. It's like running a family. When you have 30 days a month, you have the resources, and your resources goes up by 20th of that month. What to do for the next 10 days? You have to borrow. That is what exactly happening in 1970. It was just balance. Then it is coming shorter. It is becoming shorter because we have started exerting more and more pressure to the earth. So if you see 70, 1980, 1990, 2000, 23rd September, then 2020 it becomes 7th August. 2019 it was 29 July. That means you need 1.7 times of earth to live, because with our huge demand of energies and all the resources, we are extracting more what earth can provide. But here it came this pandemic, which we don't say it's a blessing. It was a challenge for the mankind, but why? There is always something is happening which is beyond the imagination of mankind. So it has helped in extending your overshoot day by a month. So 2020, which has just concluded, this 29th July has become 22nd August for the first time in 50 years. Your 3 weeks have been added. That means because of the slowdown of economy, because of the lockdowns across the globe, because of the lower consumerism, because of the lower industrial outputs, everything has gone and hit the economy. Agreed. But it has helped the earth to breathe, which has happened this last year. So this is where the challenge is. Then how much we have to calibrate our development goal and our sustainability. Coming to this, then how the future will be fueled. There are 3 energy carriers. You see hydrogen, electrons, and methane. These 3 will govern the future of the fuel in the earth. And very clearly, if you see the hydrogen, electron, methane, how we will produce it, what are the areas you have to tap, these are the challenges we have to see, and that is where your climate-friendly fuels will come. The objective, if you see our sustainability and top-line objectives, which we prefer to follow and which we take it as a mandate, which is carbon footprint management, water footprint management, and waste footprint management. So if you see the carbon footprint management, its first is accounting. Then you have energy conservations, then energy efficiency. We go for alternate energy solutions, biofuels, and then finally it comes to the carbon sequestrations. We go for tree plantations and other things parallel. For water footprint management, you have first the accounting that where you stand, because we have a large number of refineries. We are having a large huge requirement of water. So we have to reduce, we reuse, and we recycle. And there is a massive rainwater harvesting issues are there. Rainwater harvesting methods have been adopted. Because, we are a pan-India organization which is having at least 350 areas located across the country where we have all the locations who are dealing with the petrol, diesel, kerosene, aviation fuel, LPGs, and all other things. So this is all under network, and we are leading from the corporate to have a policy and working on this. Now comes waste footprint management. Again, there is an accounting and waste reduce, reuse, and recycle. And then comes to waste to wealth. We are very active in this area, which you might have getting some of the informations. Yesterday only we had a MOU signed with North Delhi municipal corporations for developing integrated waste to energy plants. Such initiatives are being taken on a regular basis. So quickly, if we see the categorization of biofuel, we have traditional biofuels, which is 1G ethanol, which is from molasses, and biodiesel. 1G is the first generation ethanol, which is from molasses, and we have advanced biofuels. This biodiesel also mostly on the palm stearin based. And when it comes to advanced biofuels, these are the areas where actively we are pursuing. First one is compressed biogas, then use cooking oil to biodiesel, because our motto is to see that use of fossil fuel contribution in the total energy package. Then we have drop-in fuels. We are also working on third generation biofuels, which is mostly algae based. And also we are converting from refinery tail gas into ethanol. That's also one demo project is continuing. Second generation ethanol from lingocellulose. This is another area where the waste, the madam was speaking about that waste. This is all the paddy straw waste across the country, which you have already got this parallelly burning, the challenges. We are trying a technology of second generation ethanol, which we are expecting by end of this year. This plant will be ready. So which will be a big boost in that. Apart from the compressed biogas, we have biomethanol, and we have DME, dimethyl ether, and also biohydrogen. We are actively working on this biohydrogen space also. So let's quickly see what is the compressed biogas and how it is produced and how it is marketed. See, this is the talk of the country today. You must be coming across the term as SATAT, SATAT, which is Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportations. That SATAT scheme is being given to propagate this compressed biogas. We have a huge potential of compressed biogas in the country. It's a feedstocks. You see the cow dung or animal dungs. Then you can see the biomass, agri residues. Then we have sewage treatment plants, and you can see the municipal solid waste. Any types of waste after pre-treatment, it is fed into the digester, and this digester, after digestion, it gives the biogas. This biogas is then purified for taking out carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide and some moisture. And then this is, after meeting the BIS specification, it is being compressed, and through cascade, it is delivered to the automobile. So today in our country, we are operating 15 such retail stations where biogas is being refueled as used as automobile fuel. And this is across the country, and we have a plan to make total 5,000 such plants within 23-24. And our R&D also has developed an environmental inoculant, which is giving a higher biogas with high methane content. This is basically methane. And the byproduct, you can say, it is, I should not say byproduct, it is a co-product, which is digested, which gives a absolutely high quality biomanure and bioslurry. These two products also will help in fertility in the soil, which is the chemical fertilizers can be substituted to some extent. So this both way, it will be giving a boost to the environment. So what is the SATAT scheme? As I have said, we are targeting 5,000 plants, and we'll be producing 50 million metric ton of compressed biogas and 50 million metric ton of biomanure. This is the target set by Government of India. And this was launched by on 1st October 2018. It is just 2 year plus scheme. CBG plant to be set up by entrepreneurs, and offtake, we will be taking all oil marketing companies, will be taking this offtake for 10 years, and it will be ultimately extended mutually. So now we are increasing it to 10 to 15 years so that your lending institutions get a comfort. We have fixed a price at 46 rupees per kg plus taxes. This is valid up to 31st March 2024. And then this price becomes a floor price. So it doesn't go below that. So that is also one more comfort the State Bank of India and Bank of Baroda and other banks wanted, so that they can finance the projects. Because it's a MSME projects mostly. It's the investment is around 30 crore, 35 crore, 40 crores. And this is being helping them to extend this lending. So far, 652 letter of intents awarded, which if you see the total capacity, it is 1.3 million metric ton per annum, and by all the oil and gas companies. And there is a link where the EOI document can be accessed. If anybody is interested, you can copy the link and you can go for our Indian Oil or OMC sites, and then you can apply for that. So there is some evaluation, so we can also get enrolled in this EOI so that you can get an LOI for making the investment. This is the brand. We have developed a brand, IndiGreen, compressed biogas, which is 100% green out of fuel. Few of the photographs which we are refueling the vehicles with the compressed biogas. You can see the bus, Tata bus is also being refueled, and all the vehicles. For your information, any vehicles who uses CNG, they can use CBG. There is no other retrofitment is necessary. So these are the areas: Pune, Maharashtra, then Kolhapur, Namakkal in Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Surendranagar. We have 3 plants in Gujarat. One is Surendranagar, one Anand, and Surat. We have recently opened one plant at Rohtak, then Kadapa and Sangli, Maharashtra. So this is the all India situation today. This is the biomanure, which we are having our own plant in Namakkal in Tamil Nadu. There, this is the Oishadium brand. We are selling our manures with this brand. These are the benefits. It has been already gauged and assessed. And this crop yield has been 20% increased by 20%, and other chemical fertilizers decrease in chemical fertilizer complexity. This consumption or the reduction of chemical fertilizer is very important. You can understand soil fertilities and improvement in the organic carbon in the soil, which is very, very helpful for making this our food also is some quality food. And biomanure has been included in the fertilizer control order 1985. So that has been given this boost for selling of the biomanure. So we are also coming to 1G ethanol technology. We are developing 4 locations we have identified for developing the first generation ethanol production, mostly from grain. Grain means it's a rice, it's a damaged food grain, it's a maize or any other grains which are being approved as per National Biofuel Policy. So this is also, we are going ahead with a few of the plants. This is the first time we are going for this. So because we need huge ethanol quantity, because 20% blending target has been given by National Biofuel Policy was 2030, but our Honorable Prime Minister has preponed it up to 2025. So by 2025, we should be in a position to give 10-20% blending in petrol what you are using. Today it is 10%. So we require over 1,000 crores liters of ethanol against today's availability of around 350 crores. So we need to expand our production base. This is one of the area where we are pushing to get that. I will give you a brief view on the 1G ethanol blending. See, from 2013-14, it was 1.53%. Now with this, it has now increased to 7.8%. But we are targeting this year, it is 8.5%. So far, whatever ethanol has been made available, it can be achieved up to almost 8%. And last year and last to last year, we have finished at 5%. So this is the way this blending is increasing. You can see there is an increasing trend. And with more and more ethanol availability, this will also improve. This is the 2G ethanol, which has been already, I have told is one of the plant we are developing this. This is plant is on 50% construction is already complete. 100 kiloliter per day at Panipat, Haryana, it is coming. So through the hydrolysis process, the biomass will be converted. All this biomass will be is possible to be converted into bioethanol. Third generation ethanol. This is carbon sequestrations, also refinery tail gas. One plant we are in the Panipat. This is under construction, which will take the refinery flue gas and it will convert to ethanol. So we are trying to explore all the alternative technologies to get the sufficient quantity of ethanol for blending into petrol. Biodiesel, this is a brief biodiesel process. Here also we have an expression of interest running in our site. So any entrepreneurs who are interested to produce biodiesel from used cooking oil, they can join us. So we have so far enlisted almost 25 entrepreneurs for these biodiesel plants. So this is raw used oil, that used cooking oil is being converted. And this is the methods. Mostly it is esterification, tank esterification, and then we can get biodiesel. So this is one area where we need to blend at 5%. Today we are getting at 7% blending at various locations in the country. Our target is to make the overall 5% blending by 2030. So this is what National Biofuel Policy is also targeting. This is the business model for your just information. Coming to municipal solid waste, you can say this is one of the area where we all are really getting stuck, how to do it. And this is with the population growth, this will continue to grow. So today's estimate is 62 million metric ton per annum municipal solid waste are available or generated every year, which is out of that, collection is 90% and treatment is 27%. So this is the breakup of that. This is organic waste is 51%. Plastic is 10%, paper is 7%, and others, including inerts and other things, debris, this is 32%. So we have the refuse-derived fuel like plastic, paper, etc., which cannot be biodigested, for which also we've got a solution. Organic one, it can be converted to compressed biogas, which we are doing. And inorganic one, we have been trying one of the technologies of gasification, which is a plasma technology, which will be converting all such industry waste and other areas, including MSW and legacy waste, into 4 products. We can generate power, we can produce hydrogen, we can produce chemicals, and we can have a ethanol for liquid fuels or methanol for vehicle use. So this is the production of synthesis, syngas, you can say synthesis gas, which will be converted with the downstream technology to useful product. So waste to energy in straight away, which will be ultimate goal of us to survive in this earth. Plastic recycling, that's also one area we are actively working. You can see the plastic consumption in the countries today, 40 million metric ton per annum, and 5.15% growth has been registered every year. So we can see the per capita consumption of use also increasing because of the global, we are much lower than the global average. So this plastic waste recycling also we are having a tie-up with our Italian company, and we are working on this model, and we are shortly will go for a plant which will be using waste plastic to convert into good plastic. And this is a plastic neutrality cycle which we have already defined, and we have made a policy, waste generated, and then all through the recyclers and compounded, this plastic process will be meeting the OEM, and producers extended obligations and responsibility also will be tied up with this. So we are trying to get at least 20 to 30% of our plastic product produce conversion into that, because we are also in petrochemical business. We are number 2 in the petrochemical business in the country today. Coming to the alternate energy, we have wind and solar. Both the portfolios are with us. We are operating wind projects of 168 megawatt and solar PV of 63 megawatt. And this is all the grid connected renewable power. And out of this, we have produced 3.92 and TWHR generation and rupees 142 crores of revenue. And we are doing retail solarizations in a big way. you can understand the retail outlets, which is the petrol bunks, you can say. Over 28,000 are available. So out of that, 7,498 kilometers have been solarized, and having installed capacity of 97 megawatt. And with that, with the carbon mitigation number is 329,000 metric tons CO2 we have equivalent mitigated in the year 2019-20.
Shantanu, you will have to.
Yeah, not much of thing left, but I will just finish. Yeah. So this is the world highest altitude LPG bottling plant, which is in Leh, which we are operating our location with this power generator from this. Electric mobility also, we are here for the battery and electric mobility. We are using all the retail outlets, our charging centers. So that will also be helping us in a big way for electric mobility. Few of the infrastructure photos. I will not spend much time here. Autos and cars, these are all being charged on this. This is a sustainable development carbon footprint, which we have already discussed. This is the water, some of the features of the water harvesting system. And these are the areas where we are working very actively for sustainability. So overall, we have a triple bottom line of sustainability. And these are the focus area which we are working on. Indian Oil has undertaken measures in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and carbon sequestration, water management, and waste to energy, which we have just explained. And for effective waste of biomass realization, we are setting up biofuel projects. And biomass, we believe, is the new crude for the future. And we are also exploring deployment of renewable energy, fuel cell, battery technologies across the world. And this is the projects that provide new business areas that will sustain the corporation in this century and beyond. That's for all from my side. Thank you for hearing. I am ready to take questions, whatever way you want to give. Thank you very much. I will just.
Who would like to?
Yeah, I will stop showing that. Yeah. Thank you.
I would like who is asking the question?
I think, Sandra, we can take the questions after all the presenters.
Okay, right. I just love this presentation because I follow all of these, as many of these. I have gas units for getting rid of my household waste in houses for the last 40 years. And I put a biogas plant in VJTI, the engineering college in Bombay. So, and I put it at the factories everywhere. So I'm really impressed with all of the work you're doing and the producing. I mean, you do things on a different scale to what we do. You're in Oil Corporation, but it's wonderful to see that you're setting a great example to everyone. So now I'll call upon Priyanka Kanchani Gupta to deliver. 1 minute, yes, to deliver her building and sustainable future, sustainability at GHCL, Gujarat Heavy Chemicals. So all.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'll share my screen, ma'am.
Pardon? Yeah, you'll share your screen. I'm not driving this. Stop video.
I can't see your screen, Priya. Is it for everybody or can others see this?
I think I'm.
I can't see Priya.
Yeah, actually, I'm sharing the screen. Yeah, but
it shows some connectivity problem, Priya.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the screen is visible now.
Yes, we can see now.
Okay.
But it's yet to come. Yeah, it's now available.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the screen is visible.
Yes, it is. We've got factory in the background.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Priya. I'm presenting GHL Group, and today I'll be presenting on sustainability at GHL, building a sustainable future. So I'll firstly introduce my GHL Group. So we venture in a business of chemical and textile, and our company mainly manufactures soda ash, which is an essential ingredient in manufacturing of detergent and glass. We are second largest manufacturer of soda ash in India with 25% of market share. We are mainly listed of two premier stock exchanges of India, and we have an expertise in soda ash operation of around 30 years. We have a production capacity of 11 lakh metric ton of per annum of soda ash. And our target is to drive sustainable inclusive growth involving all our stakeholders, emerge as a sustainable business organization and be part of building a sustainable future. And yes, I would also like to add that we have 3 decades of Indian manufacturing experience. So we inculcate value systems such as respect, trust, ownership, and integrated teamwork, and it defines our culture. Every employee in our company is expected to imbibe its core value and interact within the business ecosystem with all its stakeholders accordingly. Our vision states that our mission is responsibly maximizing stakeholder value, and our vision is to grow our business responsibly with governance, sustainability, and core values. We have a business philosophy of sustainable inclusive growth that will lead to long-term business solution. So sustainability is integral to our core business objective. Sustainability is integral to our core business objective, and our understanding of sustainability extends beyond protection of environment and we incorporate our corporate governance, workplace practice, and responsibility to all our community. These elements have underpinned our business for more than a decade, though we have more recently developed a framework like identifying material issues, and also we have set all the sustainability targets also. These targets always help us to manage our performance and ensure that our business continue to grow for generation to come. So this is our Sustainable Vision 2023. At GHL, we endeavor to strengthen our sustainability performance in line with our vision and mission. As a 36-year young company, we realize that sustainability is not only a moral obligation, but a business mandate. This responsibility extends beyond our plant walls also, and it extends to our customers, to our communities, and also where we operate in. We also have been measuring, tracking, and improving our sustainability parameters over past years in line with our futuristic thought process. We have developed a Sustainable Vision 2023. We have identified our 4 areas such as we have identified 4 thematic areas: zero harm, responsible steward, climate warrior, and stakeholder centric. That would be we are working towards rigorously towards achieving this target. We expect to reshape the way we work to achieve. So we have a significant last improvement environmental and social impact. We have very well defined sustainability policy and also other discipline policy such as climate change, HSC policy, deforestation policy, and green procurement policy. So these are all our key material issues. We at GHL strive for judicious capital allocation to achieve all our strategic objectives. We have done the material analysis, and that has helped us in identifying and evaluating our issues and trends that are important for our business success. We have aligned with our business strategy accordingly. We treat all the environmental challenges as a business and social imperative or more than a mere compliance obligation. We have conducted various comprehensive brainstorming sessions of identification of material issues with all stakeholders, and we have also included the senior management, functional and operating team also for the material issue identifications. Whatever the inputs that is researched from this assessment exercise, we have aligned it to the JRI issues of chemical sector. These issues are consolidated and shared all across the top management and are reviewed periodically. So for GHCL, people are greatest contributor to success, and they underpin company's ability to create a great place to work. We are amongst top 30 best workplaces in manufacturing sector, and our human capital is enhanced through our disciplined human right, labor practices, and employee engagement. GHCL is also certified as a great place to work for 4th time in a row. Under safety head, safety is our utmost priority. We embed a zero harm culture across our operation. We support overall well-being of our workforce and enhance the work balance, moral and productivity. Our set cardinal rules are also heart of our operational activity. Under planet, we have under CSR activity, our approach is to pursue the society's social responsible growth that is pragmatic, structured, and responsible. We are constantly surviving to make a positive impact on the community in which we interact, and that we will all other activities we will discuss in our later slide. So we are deeply committed to protect the environment in where we operate for the benefit of present and also for our future generation. As a responsible corporate citizen, we are committed to being 100% compliant with all environment protection laws. We have dedicated targets for emission control, water conservation, waste management, energy conservation as a part of our being of responsible steward and climate warrior. Our HSE policy also shows our commitment with a view to optimize our resource management. We reduce wastage and also we also promote the use of recycled material. Like we are reducing our natural resource consumption of met coke by using briquette. And similarly, we are utilizing our fly ash generated from our captive power plants to manufacture bricks and paver blocks. So our soda ash plant at Sutrapara is located in Gujarat, which utilizes raw materials such as salt and chemical grade limestone. Plant sources around 30% of chemical grade limestone for captive limestone mine that is situated within 15 kilometers of plant. And I would like to highlight that of total land available, that is 619 hectares of land granted for mining, we have reclaimed around 196 hectares and converted 24 hectares of land into reservoir. This has created a water harvesting potential of about 5 lakh KL. This stored water is provided to our neighboring lands nearby community, and it is also allowed to percolate and recharge the groundwater. Company and I'll also discuss the renewable energy portfolio. Company has installed 27 megawatt of wind energy capacity and 2 megawatt of solar generation capacity, and has a plan to expand same in near future. So we believe that process improvement and innovation always leads to many benefits to environment and society. So we have various process innovations such as improved moisture reduction and reduction in specific consumption by adopting higher filtration technology and by installing efficient CFBCs. We have others energy conservation measures also, like installing 600 meter cube of per hour of nano plant. We have also involved ourselves into IoT, which states the digitalization. We have also climate change defined climate change action plan also, wherein we always look forward to technologies that has minimized our greenhouse gas emission footprint. We are also aiming to prepare for future regulatory changes such as emission trading scheme and carbon tax. We have also identified the climate change risk, which can have impact on our operations. We have prepared the adaptation and mitigation plan for our next 30 years. So we as a company ensure that risks are managed in a systematic manner, where we identify, evaluate, and finally mitigate any operational and strategic external risk. This is the graph showing financial performance. We always believe that beyond the conventional mindset, to stay ahead of challenge, this is the very important for long-term sustainability and expansion. We try to utilize our impact on natural capital and invest in asset and resources which are least harmful to nature. So GHL has identified in supply chain sector. GHL has identified the suppliers who may possess risk for GHL. We have also approach of we are doing assessment regularly of critical suppliers, followed by our engagement to build their capacity so that they resonate with GHL sustainability commitment.
Your time is getting close, so if you can quickly conclude your presentation.
So this is the way how we track our performance snapshot, and under various capitals such as financial, manufactured, human, intellectual, social, and natural capital. So we have, as discussed earlier, we have done various innovations like advanced filtration system, efficient CABC, IoT, and also Recoup and Circularity, which is a brand, which is a product of our textile division that I'll discuss in detail in my later slides. So we have also conducted the life cycle assessment to track our current status of soda ash environment impact. This exercise has definitely helped us in conducting optimization studies and also to reduce our environment impact. So as I've discussed earlier, that we have a sustainable product known as Recoup and Circularity in our textile division. So I'd like to brief on that. GHL is one of the largest, about this division, GHL is one of the largest integrated textile manufacturer and exporter in India. And we seek to harmonize our integrated thinking in our value creation and product development. So we have developed two product bedding sheet brands such as Recoup and Circularity towards a sustainability approach. Recoup Circularity is made with the forensically tagged recycled polyester, embarking on the concept of huge sheets being deployed into fiber again, and this polyester fiber can be used as a raw material for remanufacture and cotton that can be used further as a biofuel. So with this product, we are using this sustainable raw material and innovative product in a very responsible manner. So going ahead under our CSR head, CSR has been a long-standing commitment that has been embedded in every fabric of GHL. So community investment and engagement is one of the material issue what we align for our action and approach to further consolidated good practice for community welfare and throughout our value chain. So we have outreach in falling areas of Gujarat. So we have a defined CSR policy also. So we have done this. We have initiated this journey in 2011, where we did this baseline need assessment, and they have identified various areas, impact areas, and we are working accordingly.
Priyanka, I think you're going over. Carry on.
So our key focus initiatives, we have various key focus areas like water, sanitation, and farm-based livelihood and skill development. Under skill development, we have developed many site schools in our mining site area, and we have also organizing various skill development programs for students. This skill development programs have definitely reduced the dropout rates also. Under farm-based livelihood, we are promoting drip and sprinkler irrigation, horticulture, animal husbandry. We are engaging community with regular camps. Under health, we are having this mobile Medicare unit, ambulance unit, Medicare medicine unit, where they are going to nearby villages. Various camps are organized time to time. Under sanitation and part, we have constructed many toilets, and we are promoting Swachh Bharat Abhiyan also.
Kanchana, can you hear
So
me?
lastly, I want to say that.
Yes.
Kanchana, can you hear me?
Wind up now, Brian.
So lastly, I want to conclude that we believe that we are custodian of natural resources, and we have imbibed sustainability in our culture for all our business, and we ensure that we leave behind a positive legacy for generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very nice presentation on the activities of GHCL. Thank you very much for that. Now we go to the next speaker. Is that right, Kumarish Bhai? So it's Mr. Manish Panchal, improving the business value environmental strategy.
Are you able to see my screen?
Oh yes, that's very good. Very quick.
Thank you. I'll try to keep the time also. So good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of DuPont Sustainable Solutions, the global leader in operations risk and operations management consulting, I would like to thank ICC team and leadership of ICC, including Ravi Goenka, Ravi Kapoor, Bimal is on the panel here. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and thanks to Mr. P.S. Singh and team for inviting us. So the topic, as Sandra mentioned, that improving the business value of environmental strategy. So before I start that, as many of you would know that at DuPont, we have a practice of sharing some core value. So as many of you know, recently our ex-cricket captain and BCCI chief, Sourav Ganguly, who had undergone a cardiac procedure, though we all know that he's a fitness freak being a sportsman, what surprised us was the comment from Dr. Devi Shetty, who said that, Sourav did do fitness activities, but then he did miss his annual routine checkup in the rigor, the way typically it should be done. Now, what is the relevance of this to our business? We also know that we've undergone a difficult year this year because of so many challenges not in our control due to COVID and various other reasons, post-COVID effects in the organization. And hence, we are also vulnerable too. So from outside, we may think that we are doing well, the organization is doing well, the business is doing well, the operations are doing well. It's very, very critical that it's important to have, because this is a budgeting time also for all the Indian organizations, to have a special budget to do an annual fitness check of all your plant machinery and equipments, because it's very critical to have that rigor instead of going with the cost-cutting mode due to a difficult or challenging year. So that's the only suggestion. Coming back to our topic for the day, as we must have, from morning we've been hearing different things and different aspects of sustainability. I've here brought in not the 3 R's and other aspects of recyclability, but also talking about the green chemistry, wherein we often talk about green and renewable raw material, green solvents, reducing solvents through process like microreactors, green catalyst or biocatalyst, efficient processes, reducing consumption of energy. We did hear from IOC, Indian Oil team also, energy optimization, water, reduce effluents, environmentally benign products and processes. So a lot of these things are being discussed. And what's more important, what is that drives the organization towards sustainable goal? So my focus is going to be revolving around that. So most CEOs and leaders choose a path of how to improve business value. So we see two approaches organization has. Now we are not basketing any particular organization. It is a self-reflection we all can do. But this is our observation and the way we segregate. So one is compliance-based approach, and the second is performance-based approach towards environmental strategy. or environment implementation. So when I say compliance base, the companies typically follow an approach where they treat environment and sustainability as a CSR. Going green is often seen as a nice to have policy. It is limited to measuring how well company complies with the regulatory obligations and ends up with typically a short-term thinking on the overall approach. While companies that follow performance approach take environment and sustainability at the center of their strategy or I would say heart of the strategy, and also business objectives. They believe environmental performance is one of the most powerful way to enhance business and make it competitive differentiator. It extends environment performance to integrate environmental strategy with operations and business. They take this as a long-term strategy approach. So you see there is a requirement or there's a need of a serious mindset shift, especially for the leaders, to move the organization from environment compliance approach to environment performance approach. Now, the question is, what are the typical characteristics organization must change? So if you observe organizations that are thinking short-term compliance focus, for them, regulation is their standard of reference. Environmental management is a cost or considered to have a negative bottom line impact. Environmental management is limited to focusing on companies' operations. And finally, shareholders are the main stakeholders. I'm sure many of us would be able to correlate and reflect back what I'm saying. The characteristic of an organization who follow long-term performance approach, for them, benchmark to the best practices in the world is what they focus on. A continuous improvement are the standards of the standards. Environmental management is also considered as an opportunity for efficiency and innovation. Stakeholders include employees, communities, clients, consumers, and not just shareholders. So these are the two things. Because we are short of time, I won't run through this slide too much, but just basis of DSA's global experience, we have come up with a potential long list of benefits or business value for an environmental performance. So it is definitely proven in many cases that it helps reduce operating cost because of various efficiencies we operate on. It definitely better peer recognition and hence motivates the employees to perform better. So when I say this word motivates the employee, we all know that motivated employee would give a better productivity and better outcomes also. So it's a lot of correlations there. And then in turn, better market valuation. So it addresses those concerns also. A very interesting slide I would like to share here is basically talking about how it highlights the decoupling of growth and environmental footprint. As we see, environmental footprint for compliance-focused organization will keep on increasing as the business performance grows. So as your business grows, your environmental footprint keeps growing. Whereas the organizations which follow the performance route, for them, after a few years, they start seeing the benefits and the company sees that overall, the benefit of sustainable growth is realized maybe after 3, 5, depending on the life cycle of the product, business, and overall infrastructure. But that path, at one point in time, it decouples with your business growth and brings in a significant benefit to an organization. And to be very frank, very few people understand this aspect. So at DuPont, we've developed a very simple 3-step process where we talk about it's a transformation journey because Rome was not built in a day, as we all know. It takes time. So typically, it is a 3-phase process where we talk about, to begin with, value protection. So ensure that your license to operate is sustainable and all the risks related to that are mitigated. So that's the step number 1. The step number 2 is talking about value extraction. We are build in various operational efficiencies and focus on cost reduction and alternate process, alternate material, etc. And the third step we talk about is value create, where you move to a journey of excellence, innovation, where you can look for high revenue generation coming from the change and look for sustainable products, environmental technology and innovation, and build competitive advantage. So foundation for success for environmental performance culture are three-pronged or three aspects. One is leadership that should clearly articulate, define the strategy and vision for the organization. The second comes is organization who should ensure that people and processes are well aligned. So it's very critical that how you put the KPIs, what gets measured, get done. So performance oriented approach, and the operations follow effective communication, observations, various governance mechanism, putting certain audits in place to ensure there is a continuous improvement. To conclude, let me share an integrated approach developed by DuPont Sustainable Solutions. It typically begins with managing processes and focuses on what really matters with right people. So primarily talking about prioritizing the overall, it's not a kind of, go with a big bang, but look at which are the areas where you really need to focus on and ensure that you get right people to help you do that. The second step is ensure procedure and best practices are implemented using right tools and right techniques. The third step is capability development, which is very, very important. Often many organizations miss this opportunity in terms of right skilling our employees through training, coaching, and also focusing on building a center of excellence within the organization. And finally, align values and belief so that people know why they are doing what they are doing and they ensure that they do it right first time itself. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. I hope I kept on time. Thank you very much.
Exceptionally good. Thank you very much, Manish. It was very, very interesting seeing what DuPont does. DuPont is a company which we all look up to because it has a very firm commitment to safety, to continuity.
Yes.
Very old company and yes, it's a pleasure
Thank
to
you.
have you here. So we go on to the next speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Venkataraman, Innovation and Collaboration for Sustainable Solutions.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? And can you see the slides properly?
Yes, we can.
Very good. So my name is Bhaskar, and I'm the Vice President for Polypropylene, Vistamax, and Adhesions business, and I represent the chemical company, ExxonMobil Chemical Company, and truly pleased to be here and really appreciate the opportunity for me to be at the ICC presenting this topic. So let me start off with some context for the discussion. The business context that we need to talk about while we are talking about the opportunities for innovation and collaboration in sustainability, we need to understand the broader business environmental context. So if you look at the global trends that we see, the GDP where we were in 2017 to 2040, we do expect the GDP to double, and we do expect the population to grow significantly in the period that we are talking about. we are talking about an additional 1.6 billion people, about a 22% increase, and the GDP we've talked about, and the demand for energy and oil sector is poised to grow close to 20%. So the global energy demand is expected to grow at a rate far below that of GDP, primarily because of improving technologies that is going to be put in place. We heard about some of those novel ideas from Shantanu. So some of those technologies, as they mature, will definitely improve the efficiency with which the fuels and energy is utilized. But we do see during this period about a marginal 5% carbon emission increase. While it peaks at 2030, it will begin to decline with the intensity reduction that we see with the technologies maturing. So a few trends that we need to be very conscious about. First is the middle class growth. Many of you are familiar with it. We are all living the dream as we speak. As you can see, the middle class is expected to grow significantly during this time frame. And with growing middle class, what we also see is aspiration to live longer, healthier, better lives. Of course, not in a pandemic situation, but in a steady state situation. And with the improved living standards, we also see the need for access to cars, appliances, and technology to grow over this time frame. And I've just used China as an example. You could use all the rest of the countries that are developing as such. But the increase, the per capita increase, particularly say for China in Asia, is going to be significant between the 2017 and 2040 timeframe that we're talking about. So with this context, what are we really dealing with in the chemical industry or the energy and the chemical industry? The dual challenge really is, if we want to secure a brighter future, that we all want to leave a place for our future generations, that will require a continued innovation and collaboration and commitment from all of us as the industry group. What we are trying to do in ExxonMobil is to try to protect the future generation and provide the opportunities. The recent comment that our CEO and chairman made is quite insightful. I just want to quote, there are few challenges that are more important than meeting the world's growing demand for energy while reducing the environmental impacts and the risks of climate change. How we meet the world's demand for the energy necessary for the economic growth while mitigating the long-term impact on our environment is key to our sustainable future. There is nothing in here that we will not agree with, but this is the challenge that we all have today as an industry that we are trying to meet. The few things that I'd like to provide some factoids before we get into a bit more detailed presentation. So if you look at the chemical demand, so now we are switching a little bit from the global energy demand to the chemical demand. So if you look at the chemical demand, the demand is expected to rise. Since 2000, the demand has actually doubled and is expected to rise close to 45% over the next decade. And it's about 4% every year. And consumer demand for plastics, fertilizer, and other chemical products increases with rising incomes. And you see the need for better living conditions keeps growing. So the fun part is, as we see the next decade, where is this growth going to happen? The growth is really in Asia. And as you can see, the growth in North America and Europe and the rest of the world is pretty much dwarfed by the aspirational growth that we see in Asia. So few things that is expected to drive. Manufacturers see plastics as lightweight, durable materials that can improve the performance of our products, particularly in packaging to automotive to the medical devices that we currently use. And many of us realize the value that plastics bring, even particularly during the pandemic situation. What kind of protection that the plastic materials bring, particularly in the medical field. So the key really is we've all benefited from the advances that the chemicals and the plastics have brought to the modern world. And yet, there is concern about chemicals and plastic waste in the environment. We in ExxonMobil share the society's concern about the plastic waste in the environment, and we do agree that it must be addressed. As an example of consumer concerns, in 2016, a survey, about 70% of the were concerned about the plastic waste, particularly about non-food and skin contact products. So if you look at what is going on in the world, we also need to reconcile with the challenges that is wider than the issue that we are trying to deal with, largely related to the global infrastructure that we have on plastic waste management as well. So if you look at the whole globe, about half of the globe today do not have access to proper waste collection or disposal system. As a result, you do see a significant amount of solid waste leaks into the environment. And the fun fact here, a disappointing fact, is only 14% is actually collected for recycling globally, although I know that the stats are pretty good for India locally for what is being collected, but this is the global number that I would like to share and quote. So the solution to the plastic waste challenge will require collective support, innovation, and collaboration on global basis from the plastic producers, waste management companies, the consumer brands, the retailers, the NGOs, and consumers, more importantly. We are committed to doing our part to help mitigate the societal challenge of the plastic waste, and will speak on a few activities that we have embarked on in this space in the next few slides. So plastic waste challenge, if many of you are very familiar with it, so I'll go through this very briefly. The marine debris has become a visible example and a global concern for consumers, brands, and the government. And there's not a simple solution here in mitigating the plastic waste. However, it does create opportunities for our industry to come up with solutions that mitigate the problem. The most important thing that we should realize and we should educate is plastics are valuable. They should not end up in the oceans or in the environment. The industry, the government, the NGOs, and consumers, we must work collaboratively to encourage the recycling, reuse, and recovery of plastic waste. We do believe there is a huge opportunity to use our expertise here and ingenuity to develop high-impact solutions through the products and services that we provide as a chemical industry. And that work is happening today. We've seen some good examples from the folks that spoke ahead of me. And converting waste to value, we do believe in a world where our products are continually regenerated to make a positive impact. So together, we can turn this waste to real value and innovate products with sustainable benefits. We believe that the productive use of resources that create products for our customers with sustainable benefits, such as improved fuel economy, reduced waste, or increased recyclability. And the third, which is not trivial, which is important for all of us, is mitigating the GHG emissions across the value chain. The greenhouse gas emissions are very important for our focus within our operations and developing more efficient processes that saves energy across the value chain. Building sustainability into our major facilities, we have a commitment to a sustainable design that reduces a greenhouse gas emission and waste generation and water consumption. And finally, the most important thing that we need to harness is on employee passion. We don't live in a world that we don't hear about or experience some of these challenges. So it's very important to utilize our employees' passion in this space to accomplish what we just talked about. So these are the 5 big elements that ExxonMobil has been working on in this space. And I do want to take maybe 2 particular areas where I want to emphasize a little bit more around innovation and collaboration and close the session. So the first one is really converting waste to value. We believe in a world that the products that we make have a huge positive impact. Advanced recycling as a longer technology option is very critical here. We also believe that mechanical recycling will continue to play a part here, but we do think that this technology could potentially become scalable solution for what we are all looking forward to. We are collaborating with third parties such as the Alliance to End Plastic Waste to advance the solution to address the plastic waste in the industry. So we talked about the life cycle of the plastic and the dismal fact that only 14% of the plastic packaging is collected for recycling. So the key really is how we utilize the cycle and how we get the infrastructure set up for waste collection and getting the advanced recycling technology, the solutions such as pyrolysis or co-processing option that will create a huge value either to make virgin products out of this advanced recycling technology or really making other products through this route is something that we are really betting on. We are investing our R&D capabilities in building scalable solutions in advanced recycling. We are assessing the technology options here through multiple routes to make progress by leveraging safe, reliable, and economic process in this particular space. So in terms of innovative products with sustainable benefits, we have a whole host of products that we make, but do want to take a couple of simple examples that you will really appreciate what I'm going to talk about here and move from there. We have recently introduced Exceed XP Performance Polyethylene Polymers to provide an additional level of extreme performance for our pouch, the liquid pouch applications. Many of you understand the importance of the sealability and the properties that is very important, particularly when we fill liquids. We don't want any liquids to spill in the packaging. And what this could also potentially utilize is up to 30% of recycled PE pouch that can be utilized. The key here is it offers a monomaterial solution, and it does maintain packaging integrity and optical properties, whereas the conventional route, if you look at it, we have so many materials that are used, and in the end, it's not reusable at all. The second aspect that we are really looking forward to in making our progress here is our polypropylene resins. We are looking at options for replacing polystyrene to create a similar idea here, a monomaterial solution where it can be fully recycled. And we are looking at options not only for rigid packaging, but also for more durable applications as well. And all our lube packaging, we are looking at utilizing the PCR content. 25% of our product packaging, particularly for the lubes, Mobile One that we make, is using the PCR content. So another fun fact here that I would like to share is also a very important piece that the chemical industry must grapple with is when we look at the full product life cycle that is taken into consideration. This talks about what does it really mean when we use plastic versus non-plastic alternatives such as glass, paper, cardboard, packaging products, steel, and aluminum. It still reduces close to 78% less packaging by material by weight, 48% in decrease in energy use because the packaging weight is reduced significantly, and that translates to 54% of lower CO2 emissions during transportation or utilization. So the reason why I underscore this point is sometimes folks do not understand the full life cycle of how this is utilized, and we do need to take a very scientific approach to getting the messages across as an industry here. So with that, I would like to get to the punchline here. This is what we have been working on in the last many years. We have spent $300 million over on biofuels. This is in our downstream research. And we have captured close to 40% since of the CO2 emissions than any other company, more than what has been done in the world since 1970 with all the stuff that we talked about. And they've invested $10 billion plus investments in generating a whole host of technologies that will provide lower emission solutions. And the most recent commitment that we have made is to get 15% emission reduction from methane standpoint. It's an important gas in the GHG emissions, and that's the commitment that we have made. And finally, this is a problem that we can't solve by ourselves. We have to work across the industry, and this is what we have been doing here to look at options. Particularly, the Alliance to End Plastic Waste has been a significant effort from ExxonMobil. We are a founding member of the Alliance here, and there are some really exciting projects that we are working on in Asia where things are going to really matter. So that, in a nutshell, is what I would like to share here today, and really happy to take any questions or comments from the co-speakers or the audience. I truly apologize that I'm not able to see the audience, but hopefully you were able to see me and the presentation that we just had from ExxonMobil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhaskar. It was a very interesting presentation. And yes, plastic is very important for us, but we need to know how to use it and how to dispose of it and how to recycle it. There's nothing wrong with plastic. It's all wrong with us. Now we have to take questions. Who is taking?
Sure. There are a couple of questions from the audience, Sandra. I'll just read them out one by one. So the first one is for Manish and Priya Kanchani, and it says it would be appreciated if a few practical examples of best green practices adopted related to material procurement operations, packaging, or waste management from esteemed experts, means from you guys. So they're looking for some practical examples of best green practices in packaging and procurement.
So I think Bimal, Bhaskar gave some real practical and actually implemented examples revolving around that. And similarly, a lot of examples I think the IOC colleague did share. On process front, definitely I can talk about microreactors is in thing, especially for continuous processes, which definitely helps reduce the overall energy consumption, the overall solvent requirements, overall waste. So those are the technologies which are picking up in many, especially in chemical industry. We've seen that as an upcoming technology, microreactors. That can be my answer. I'll time for
we are selling our product soda ash in bags, HDP bags. So whatever bags we are giving it to a customer, whatever bags we are generating, so we have engaged an agency who are in under extended producer responsibility. They will take our plastic bags, soda ash bags, and they will dispose it in a responsible manner. So in that case we are doing. And other example of waste management, what waste or resource efficiency, I would like to take example of our innovative product, innovative raw material. What we're using is briquette. We are utilizing this briquette in our kiln area. So so what is briquette? So briquette is basically is made from waste fine grease that is generated from other industries. So we have patent for that also. And so we have reduced the consumption of met coke, the original consumption of met coke, and we have replaced it our innovative this briquette raw material. So that we're doing that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. The second question was for Mr. Venkatraman. Where do you see recycling in India, specifically rPET? I think that's recycled PET. Do you see exports of rPET from India?
It's a good question. So I'm going to share what I know, but I may rely on some of the colleagues who have more in-depth experience in the Indian market, particularly on the PET, which we don't produce here in ExxonMobil, so to answer. But what I have seen, the recycled polyesters are used in carpets. The carpet fibers that go, the industry utilizes the recycled polyethylene terephthalate material. And in fact, if you look at large converters in the US, they have 100% of their carpets made by recycled PET fibers. So they have a full value chain set up with the companies, particularly with Coke and Pepsi. They have huge alliances where they collect the bottles, the consumed bottles, and bring it to making this. I have not seen that utilization in India. So some of the colleagues who are familiar with the PET industry can share that perspective in India.
Any of the other, Mr. Gupta or Manish, any idea on this or?
Yeah, in our, I'd like to add in our textile division, we have a bedding product. We are producing bed sheets. So we are having this brand named, as I've mentioned the presentation. Also, we have a product called Recoup and Circularity. We're utilizing this PET fibers in our that we get from the recycled PET bottles, and we are incorporating that in our this raw material, and we're utilizing that. So that is one of the best example of utilizing the plastic bottles, recycled plastic bottles. Yeah.
All right. There's one more question. What are the measures taken by Exxon for Asia in the recycling sector? I guess.
Thanks for the opportunity.
What are you doing for recycling?
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this here. So if you look at what we are trying to do in the recycling segment, I gave a couple of examples. The polyethylene that we produce, the Exceed XP, where extreme performance matters. it allows the liquid pouch manufacturers to consider material where you can have a monomaterial solution that you could utilize the product and also to down gauge significantly by using less material and to make recyclable polymer, particularly from the products that we make. And Vistamax is another product that we make. It's a propylene-based elastomer. And Vistamax is a unique product that can help compatibilize both polyethylene and polypropylene waste that is not sorted properly. So, which is typically the case. You have a mix of polyethylene and polypropylene when you get the waste. Vistamax, addition of Vistamax helps in blending PE and PP together to make useful products that can be recycled. So these are all some of the solutions that we have for mechanical recycling opportunities. And we are, as mentioned in my presentation, we are looking at scalable solutions for advanced recycling in Asia. We are looking at cities where we can actually have good quality waste that we could utilize to scale up and utilize the advanced recycling technologies. That is something that is being worked as we speak. But more importantly, where the consumer gets touched, there are 2 or 3 projects that I wanted to quote, particularly our collaboration with the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. As engineers, we also have a lot of good ideas on how to manage infrastructure for collection of plastic waste. So our team, which is seconded to Alliance to End Plastic Waste, has been working with the Indonesian City Council, particularly for Bali. Many of you have probably been there. It's a tourist center, popular tourist center, but lacks infrastructure in collection facilities and sorting facilities. So our teams are actually working with the NGOs and the civic groups and the municipal corporation to actually design how the city infrastructure can be done. So those are all the projects that we are undertaking at this time in Asia.
Thank you. Thanks, Bhaskar. I had a couple of questions. One for Mr. Shantanu Gupta. You made an interesting presentation on the energy and the future of energy. And I was just wondering, when we are talking about electric cars, we all know that they are more efficient than an internal combustion engine. But if you consider the battery and the battery life and the chemicals which go into the battery and the processing of those chemicals. So we know there are heavy metals in many cases. So in light of that, if you consider the overall picture, is it still the way forward?
Yeah, very, very good questions. What we perceive that whatever the push is coming up for electric vehicles, if you see the sustainability point of view, today there are other alternatives which are better. Why I'm telling this? Number one, the charging of battery. Charging of battery, if it is not through green power, if you have to depend on the thermal power plant to charge the battery, then instead of burning fuel upfront, you are burning fuel somewhere else. So that's ultimately not going to give any benefits. Coming to the metals and metallurgy and availability of different sorts of elements which are required.
We lost you there for a minute.
And all the areas to be made available.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Gupta.
Can you hear me?
I think he was muted, yeah.
Okay.
Let me stop my video so that it is more. Yeah. So this needs to be evaluated in a much critical way. See, it is only not by appearance what is going to happen, but the backup required for this, making it available globally, and the huge infrastructures to be developed for manufacturing. All these things there are issues here and there. So if you see the Brazil model, what Brazil has done ethanol-based hydrogen fuel cell, and it is fitted in the Toyota. They have made a new model for Brazil because it is a huge ethanol surplus country, and there the greenhouse gas emissions, and if you see the whole carbon emission and sequestration, is much better than compared to the Europe where the electric vehicles are planned. So there needs to be deliberated. We have to see in nitty-gritty what type of challenges is going to come and how the blend. There should be a blend between all these things. It's not that there is only single solution. That is what we are also working on very closely before switching for the whole infrastructure for it. I hope I could clarify your views to this.
Thank you. Thank you.
People, in one statement, I would say next 5 years, conventional fuel vehicles would be almost out. Next 5 to 10 years.
Okay. That we will have to see. I think some of the challenges of batteries are real, and we'll have to look at some other way of powering them. And unless we can do a combination of solar or wind along with this, it'll be tough. And also, the battery availability, the heavy metals, lithium, all that for the batteries, it's in very few countries. So that could be a strategic question mark also. But we shall see.
A lot of new technologies also, as we know, alternate technologies are being evaluated. As you rightly mentioned, solar is one of them.
Sure.
We look at, sorry to differ, I beg to differ from Mr. Manish. We look from a bouquet of which will be led by gas 10, 15, 20 years down the line. Liquid fuel consumptions will be coming down. There will be entry of electric vehicles, but not to a massive extent. The world will be led by gas primarily, and other alternative fuels. That is what our vision is telling.
Okay. I had another question, more current. Until the last year, until the start of 2020, everybody was looking at plastic waste in the oceans. And we looked at videos of miles and miles of plastic dumps in the sea. And, and suddenly with the pandemic, everyone is, throwing masks out every day and throwing personal protective equipment out every day. Now, where's this going? And is there any effort being made to collect this? And, are we going to face another crisis in the oceans next year or this year? I think for Bhaskar, or, maybe you can address that.
So it's the problem is real. So as we start to see the consumption, the problem is real on, without proper infrastructure, where will these used masks end up? And several countries are taking, obviously there is a hybrid approach. There's no one single way that everybody disposes these things. Several countries are taking different approaches. Many of them consider them as medical waste or bio waste and treating that in that respect, particularly for those that is coming from the hospitals, where the PPEs are used much more than the commoner. So that is an approach that several countries are taking. And in other countries, they are also relying on the behaviors that they have corrected over the last decade or so. And they are relying on folks to be appropriately disposing these plastic waste. and they are relying on their infrastructure that they have built and trying to kind of using the infrastructure to utilize that as best as possible. But there is also a big fraction where the masks are likely to be not appropriately processed, and that is the mountain of plastic waste that is likely to be stared by all of us sometimes, and that needs to be addressed. And another unconventional approach that we have been working on is, what matters most is the filtration material. You don't need so much of material to cover your nose. What you really need is the piece that is needed to filter the air. So we are working in the US. We are working together to see how we can create a mask, the reusable case, with just the filter cloth that you can reuse, which is a fraction of the whole mask in itself. And similar approaches have been taken in different other countries as well, where cloth masks are used, but the filtration material, which is the non-woven or the melt-blown polypropylene, is used. So those are approaches are also being practiced. Unfortunately, there's not one practice that is being prevalent. There is going to be a series of opportunities and also series of challenges that we all will have to tackle.
Yeah, I think we learn from this pandemic, and hopefully there won't be another. But if there is, we'll be better knowing how to handle it. I think that's all the questions. But we've had a great session, a very interesting session. Two companies in this session, real global energy giants. Indian Oil and Exxon. Plus we had Manish from DuPont Sustainable Solutions, and Priya from GHCL, who gave us a great overview of a lot of the activities being carried out in that company. And if it could be quantified sometime, it would be great. Would be a great example for other Indian chemical companies to follow. And I think the topics have been good. I think we've finished well on time as well. So I think I'd like to thank the speakers, and of course thank Sandra for chairing the session. Thank you, Sandra. And I think we all agree it was extremely interesting and certainly something we learned. And thank you once again. Back to you, Kumaresh.
No, thank you. And then we'll move on to the next session. So we can all step out of this session and then rejoin the next session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot with all these things.
Welcome to session 5 of day 1 of the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021. We now move on to a session of CEO Speaks of Global Perspective, which will be chaired by Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Chairman Sustainability Committee, ICC, and MD Hoiberg, Color India. And we have two very interesting panelists, along with Ravi Kapoor's company, Mr. Krishna Mohan Narayan, MD BASF India Limited, which is again has a European kind of headquartered company, of course a global company, and Mr. Adnan Ahmed, Regional Head India, Clariant Chemicals India Limited, once again a European-based headquartered company. So all three of you are from companies that are headquartered in Europe, and of course, now the session is in your hands, Ravi.
Can't hear you, Ravi. I think you're on mute.
Okay, my bad. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Mishraji. Thank you for the quick introduction. Seems to be a very Europe-centric introduction. And I would say that we have three of us here, and I would like to specially thank and welcome, Mr. Krishna Mohan Narayan, who's the MD of BASF. And I call it the chemical company. They call themselves, and I call it, I always joke with them, it's that small company in Ludwigshafen. So, he represents the biggest chemical company. I think we are very happy to have him. And Mr. Adnan Ahmed, who's the regional head of India Clariant, also a small Swiss company. And I'm really the small company by that standard. So I think that it's great to have both of you. Thank you, gentlemen, for finding the time and coming here. What happens is that we need the support of everybody in a subject like sustainability, because as you all know, if it doesn't come from top down, it's always very difficult to implement, and it's a challenge in any case. And India has its own set of challenges. You can see that we have just come to about 68 members in the responsible care. The Nicer Globe program is going on. I think both of you are very supportive of this, and so very much appreciated, and ICC is grateful for all the effort that you do and for your time today. So to quickly introduce and get into just a brief introduction of Mr. Narayan. Krishna Mohan was born in 71. He holds a bachelor's degree apart from managing business. He is passionate about engaging with the next generation business managers and leaders, and hold your breath, as well as long distance running. This I didn't know. Very impressive. He's a marathon runner. He joined BASF Mumbai in January 95 and has held various senior positions since. He was appointed the managing director of BASF Limited and head BASF South Asia Mumbai in April of 2019. So with that, I would invite you to share your thoughts on sustainability, your companies, your personal, and also remember, I always use this example that when you had a Sunil Gavaskar, a Sachin and a Virat, that actually brought about a generation of cricketers who wanted to emulate them. So here is one of the exercises that we have that we would like examples from you, and also we would like to know your philosophy so that we get a generation of people who want to follow. With that, I give the mic to you.
Thanks, Mr. Ravi Kapoor. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here. You called us the chemical company, which used to be something, our tagline, maybe till about 6-7 years ago. So 7 years ago, in our part of our global strategic change, we reinvented ourselves in a number of ways. And one of them was also the tagline. The chemical company kind of disappeared. And we changed that to we create chemistry for a sustainable future. And why I state that is a lot of things have happened in the meanwhile over the last 6-7 years, where we orient ourselves as a company in terms of our strategic direction, in terms of our business models, in terms of our portfolio management, innovation, you name it. It's somehow cornered with the principles of sustainability. So sustainability is what we breathe, and we believe that sustainability is no more a choice, but it's essentially something that we have to be in sustainability as our cornerstone if we need to survive long term. I mean, we are a company that's over 150 years old, but if we need to survive over the next 40, 50 years, not just as a company, but also in our society, then there is no other option but to adopt sustainability in everything we do. So the organization per se is built on sustainability, and almost every action of ours is having sustainability at its core. That said, what are we doing as a company? And as a company, I think starting with the products that we produce for our customers, or the solutions that we provide for the industry, we try to ensure that in terms of process, in terms of bringing it to the market, in terms of applications, at all these stages, that it is a much more sustainable product. It has a much better carbon footprint than its predecessors. So these are some of the founding philosophies on which we work. You also probably are aware that BASF as a company is one of the founding members of Alliance to End Plastic Waste. So plastic waste is a massive problem for the industry and for the planet. And here BASF, along with like-minded companies, came together and formed the Alliance, which looks at various ways as to how you can reduce, recycle, and so on, and make sure that, as a part of a concept like circular economy, how can we contribute to making this world a better place to live in? So I think chemistry and per se materials as part of chemistry provide us with a lot of scope to innovate, to create new business models, and make sure that the impact that we have on the environment and on the planet is reduced with each successive year. A couple of years ago, our CEO went public, and I think we were the first chemical company to do that, where we said that we would grow above the market for sure in the time frame until 2030, but we would do that more or less with a flat CO2 emission. Now, to grow 5-7% above the market with a flat CO2 emission, and especially coming from our footprint, which is what we call the Verbund, starting from the steam cracker deep down into application chemistries. So that's a huge challenge, and with this and steps as a company, whether it's our energy situation or whether it is our processes, our catalysts that we use. So a lot of work is going into these things, and I'm pleased to say, I mean, if you look at our history over the last 25 years, we have grown as a company significantly. However, our absolute emissions have declined to almost about 50% of what they used to be in the early mid-90s. So if you talk specific per ton emissions, this is a dramatic reduction that has been achieved by BASF. And this has been achieved through process innovation, through new technologies, and also replacing certain products which had a higher footprint than others. So as a combination of all this, and the way BASF measures it, we measures all three scopes. So our raw materials, our own production processes, and how we supply to our customers. So when you sum all three scopes together, we measure this. And last year, our CEO again went public by saying that we are a transparent company, and by the end of 2021, the product carbon footprint of all our products will be up there public for all our customers to see, and for the industry to see what are we doing and how are we improving this over time. So I think as a company, we firmly believe in this. And being part of the leadership, I personally believe in this, in this context, that BASF as a company has a huge role to play in this context, and we will continue to do so. And now coming to the last aspect which I would like to cover is BASF in India. So in India too, I mean, we don't have the big Ludwigshafen site, Ravi, that you talked about, but we do have a couple of small sites in Dahej and Mangalore, and some other smaller sites in our non-listed companies, where I think the standards that we use and the materials that we use and the processes that we use are exactly the same as anywhere in the world. This means that any product of mine, whether you take it from our site in Dahej or you take it from our site in Germany, will possibly have the same emissions and the quality as we have in anywhere else in the world. Of course, what you have as raw material supplies, again, we take point to make sure that our raw material suppliers are also working with us in ensuring that we have the right products and the right footprints. So I think it's a holistic steering that we do on our product portfolio and our manufacturing processes. And personally, I see that, I mean, a number of companies and brands, for that matter, who are in the consumer space see a value in this, and then you see a certain possibility that in the longer term the industry has to catch up to these international standards if we want to do business internationally. And I think that's the crux of our Atmanirbhar Bharat situation as well, where we want to have manufacturing not just for India, but we want to be part of the competitive global landscape. And I think having a sustainability policy in line with what these customers or brands want eventually is not an option. It's a basic need that we need to be part of that. Maybe, Ravi, that's a very long opening statement. I would say I pass it back to you.
I appreciate that. What I would like you to do that, and just to set the context, I think there is very little doubt that BASF would be quite up there with their policies on sustainability. What we would like to, and maybe I'll go to Adnan, but if you can then, in the second round, come back with at least what would be your advice, because it's also that BASF and you almost are obligated, being in India, to also emancipate the other industries, whether they are suppliers of yours or even the other chemical industry, as almost like a CSR activity. As to what do you think that they should do? What can they do, what they should do? And, knowing that and having your Indian roots, I think we know our country very well, and who can better advise if you have your legs on both sides of, being in a large MNC and being in a very qualified MNC. So this is something if you can reflect on, and I'll go to Adnan, introduce him quickly and get his thoughts on that. Yeah. So, pleasure to welcome Adnan Ahmed, old friend, and also very, very, very helpful to ICC and always there for us. And Adnan has over 32 years of industry experience across, all sectors and continents. Began his career with ICI, followed by BP, and is now with Clariant. He holds a master's degree. He holds it in chemical engineering from Queen's University, Canada. He received a National Energy Conservation Award from the Indian Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, in 2004. He has also been conferred with the Helios Award for Human Energy by Lord Brown. And this is for leading transformational change in road safety for Castrol. So very interesting achievements there, Adnan. I didn't even know about it. Nice to read about it. So would you care to share a little bit, what you have been doing and with all your experience of the past and also of the present? Yeah.
Thank you, Ravi. So thank you for inviting me to speak at the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021. In fact, when Kumaresh Mishra ji first mentioned this to me, it was a no-brainer for me. So, I was absolutely delighted to join. And when I was told that, Mohan from BASF and Ravi yourself were going to be part of it, then obviously that was a great honor for me to be a part of that group. So thank you for inviting me. Just one small correction when you talked about us being European companies, and, we are actually Indian companies. And I think Mohan's company, BASF India, is Indian. Your company, Heubach in India, is Indian. And Clariant India is very much an Indian company, managed by Indians, run by Indians. The only thing is that we have a parent group which is probably overseas. But as companies, like a lot of other multinationals in India, we're very much Indian companies. And you're absolutely right. We are very interested to see that, whatever are the latest trends that are happening globally are brought into India as soon as possible to make us more competitive. Sustainability being probably one of them. So sustainability is, and it will continue to be, a key competitive differentiator. for some time to come. And those of us who understand it better will get a head start. And we'll be able to compete more. We'll get a head start in this industry for the future. So I certainly hope that the Indian chemical industry takes note of this quickly and starts to invest in sustainability. I don't believe that we have a choice. I also don't see sustainability as a luxury. It's now essential, and it's the cost of doing business. Just as we invest in people, we invest in assets, in technology, we must include sustainability at every stage. I propose to share with you what the thoughts of Clariant are and so on, and more broadly what the world is doing about sustainability. And then at the end, maybe I'll try and answer some of the questions you asked me. So very quickly about Clariant, it's a focused, sustainable and innovative specialty chemical company based in Basel, Switzerland. It's one of the world's leading specialty chemical companies, and it contributes to value creation with innovative and sustainable solutions for customers and from many industries. Our portfolio is designed to meet very specific needs with as much precision as possible. And at the same time, our R&D is focused on addressing key trends of our time. And these include energy efficiency, renewable raw materials, emission-free mobility, and conserving finite resources. So Clariant reports in 3 business areas: care chemicals, natural resources, and catalysis. And for all of them, we have the same strategy, a 5-pillar strategy, which is focus on innovation and R&D, add value with sustainability, reposition our portfolio, intensify growth, and increase profitability. So that's all I'm going to say about Clariant. But the important thing is I use the word sustainability repeatedly in that, right? It just tells you, and I'm sure if Mohan did that for BSF and if you did that for Heubach, it would be a similar thing. So that is first learning for us, for companies in India. Can we truly, when we describe our company, use the word sustainability repeatedly? So let me focus on the subject at hand, sustainability, and what it should mean for the Indian chemical industry. Unfortunately, India has been a laggard when it comes to sustainability. And just as it was with safety and the environment, but there's been big strides we've taken on environment and in safety, big strides. But we still have a long way to go to compete on sustainability with our global peers. And I'm particularly keen on talking about this because going forward, competitiveness and sustainability will be synonymous in the Indian chemical industry. It is inevitable. It will happen. It's already happened in Europe. So we must be cognizant of what is happening around us so that we don't get left behind when change sweeps across our industry, as it no doubt will. So speaking on sustainability, let me start with Europe, which is leading the rest of the world in this area. Europe aims to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050, with a target of 60% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990. That's a huge step forward. And the chemical strategy for sustainability, it's called CSS, which was adopted in December 2019 by the EU, is the most comprehensive revision of legislation affecting this chemical industry. It is going to come our way. So we must try and find out what this is all about. The third thing is, it's expected that over 50 legislative initiatives will be passed until 2023, regulating the chemical industry, mainly for the EU. And this will impact imports into Europe as well, which impacts all of us. In India, we do Atmanirbhar Bharat. We want to supply the world. We want to supply Europe as well. Investors are committing to shifting portfolios and will invest in line with the Paris Agreement. So industry majors across the globe are making bold statements on climate neutrality. You heard something from Mohan as well for BSF, similar statements from Clariant and so on and so forth. And as I said earlier, Europe is leading the world in this sphere. What is being followed in Europe today, it will come definitely to our neighborhoods in the years to come. So we've got to ready ourselves. So let's talk about some specifics. There is something called SBTI, Science Based Target Initiative, and it's rapidly gaining, certainly in Europe and globally, over 1,000 and globally, this with commitments in at least 5 years, over the last 5 years, with big commitments. And it includes most large FMCG companies. Over 350 companies joined SBTI in 2019, another 411 in 2020. And the numbers are just continuously growing. Customers of our industries, the spec chem industry, are bold in their commitments. They're reflecting science-based targets and climate neutrality. So Procter & Gamble, we all know Procter & Gamble, they've committed to a 50% reduction of Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. Unilever commits to a 50% reduction of emissions related to their products by 2030. Apple commits to 100% Scope 3 reduction by 2030. So what does this mean? So this is what we need to understand. We need to know What is scope 1? What is scope 2? What is scope 3? That will tell you the gravity of commitments that are being made. So let me just very briefly tell you. Scope 1 is related to greenhouse gases generated by our own operations. This is generated by operational inefficiencies, moving things around within the battery limits, waste gases, liquids generated by process and so on. This amounts to about 10% of the total greenhouse gases. This is just an example, 10% roughly. Scope 2 is another 10%. This is about the energy that we purchase and how we use that energy. So the more you purchase, the higher the greenhouse gas emissions from that. So it impacts about 10%. The remaining 80% is scope 3. And scope 3 is made up of a few parts. The biggest part of it is raw material and other energy related activities. So that is 60%, the raw material part. So people are, if they want to reduce their scope 3, it's going to be very important who they buy their materials from, which is going to be you and me, a lot of us sitting in the room, chemical industry, right? So raw materials and other, this is about 60%, and collaboration with suppliers using recycled materials and all will help you impact that. The second one, as part of scope 3, is transportation and distribution. So where you get your material from, right? This is amounts to about 5%. So what I've got to be able to convince a buyer in the US is the 5% he's spending on transportation and distribution is not big enough, because I'm going to impact the other 60% from the raw material part, right? So understand that. The third part is downstream transportation. So for my product, when I make my product and I sell it to whoever I sell it to, that's another 5%. And then the end of life disposal, is another 10%. So that makes up the total greenhouse gas emissions, right? Just understand that. So armed with this knowledge, we can see how significant the commitments of the big global customers of our industry are. I told you P&G committing to 50% reduction in scope 1 and 2 emissions. Remember, I told you it's roughly 20% of the total for a chemical company. And Apple committing to 100% of scope 3. So huge changes coming our way. So these are commitments that are in the public domain. So it's serious stuff. And as you can see, to be competitive, sustainability will play a very key role. And the entire industry in India will have to think differently. Sustainability, including our environmental and safety performance, can't be dependent on government regulation. We have to self-regulate. We have to set internal targets. We have to commit them to the markets, to our investors, to customers, and we have to deliver to them. So this is, in my view, the key competitive differentiator going forward. So what can we do? Look at SBTi targets, science-based targets, and the criteria is very simple. The target type must be absolute emission reduction, not percentage, absolute. Time frame must be that the minimum level of ambition is to keep the global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees. And there are all kinds of things like that. Prerequisite is that if a company's scope 3 emission are 40% or more of the total scope 1, 2, 3 emission, then you need to have a scope 3 target. So we need to understand these technical aspects. So there are many more things about this which I'm not going to talk to you much about. But just to say that SBTi-based climate targets are increasingly the norm for both our peers as well as customers. Over a third of chemical industry has set these targets. So do you want to be a part of that? Because that third is going to become 50% and so on. You don't want to be left out, right? And then our customers, 75% of our key customers are now talking about their climate related targets. So they will be interested in scope 3, which is you and me supplying them, right? So at Clariant, our commitment to sustainability has been long-standing. It's been a key pillar of our strategy for some time. And as a member of the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for the world and Sustainability Index for Europe, we were recognized as one of the most sustainable companies in our sector. And in 2020, the world-renowned Sustainability Index ranked Clariant among the leading companies in its sector, both in DJSI Europe and world, for the 8th year consecutive. So Clariant was also confirmed best in class in innovation management. Why I'm telling you all this is, when we say Clariant, it includes India as well. So what are we doing in India? We are focusing on our scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3 and looking at how to build those into every new product that we create. Every capex that you do, you must have a sustainability piece to see what are you doing for sustainability. Do you get better or do you get worse? So where does this leave us for this forum today? We could be at a tipping point today of something very big in India, in the chemical industry. As global supply chains look to de-risk their China sourcing strategy, many companies are rushing forward to fill this space. So Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, even Bangladesh is jumping in, and India. So we cannot be left behind, but we need a clear strategy individually for our company. And we can no longer play the role of low-cost supplier depending on labor arbitrage. We have to depend more on R&D, upgrading in automation and so on. And while automation may replace lots of manual labor operations and thus require less labor, there's a long-term play here. Because with automation comes sustainability, reliability for both quality and service. And through this, we should be able to get the growth of higher quality jobs. And that is the reward for India and our economy. And the example for us is China, because they didn't go for this just low cost manufacturing to grow their labor market. They did it with better quality jobs. That's what we must do. So to conclude, I'd say we must invest rapidly in sustainability. What Europe is doing today, the world will do tomorrow. So let's not wait. We must innovate manufacturing processes and bring in more reliability through automation, perhaps digitization where appropriate, keeping sustainability at the heart of our investments. And the third thing is self-regulate. Safety, environment, health, essential for long-term welfare and society. So I urge you to look at your scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. Look for joining the Science-Based Target Initiative and create a clear sustainability strategy for your companies. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Excellent. I'm so happy to meet somebody who has more passion than I do. Mishra ji, please make a note. Okay. I thought I was the guy who was accused of being too intense, but Adnan, you take first prize in that. So I'm very happy to hand over the mantle to you. But that was really an excellent, a very quick, lucid presentation. And I think it's taken in a very right sense. I have both of you appear in a good mood. So I'm not going to lose this opportunity to get some takeaways today. And I'm going to also ask you to allow me to provoke a little bit, because I think that we'll get a little brainstorming there. So I think the question, before I do the provoking, I'm going to ask that, if I can call you Mohan, it's Mohan, if you could, share your thoughts on the specific question that I had as to, Adnan has said something which I think pertains to a certain level of company and above, basically. We have 45,000 small and medium scale companies in India. We know that the chemical industry is integrated. There's one accident in one corner of India, the whole industry gets affected. And we've seen that how it goes, basically. And we have many of them. So it almost, as I said, becomes an obligation without taking away anything that Adnan has said. So I'm no way, taking that away. I think that's great. And I got motivated, also to tell my guys to do it. And I'm sure many of our listeners, but we can't ignore the fact and we can't sweep that problem under the carpet that we have 45,000. So Adnan, also to you and to you, Mohan, you have suppliers in India who are middle-sized companies. What do they do? For example, if you buy from Ahmedabad, or all of us do, what should we do with these guys? How should we get them to come into, I don't know what you want to call it, whether it's level -1 or -5 or whatsoever, but how do we really get them to come on board? And I let Mohan take this first, and then Adnan, I come back to you.
So I will probably address it from two angles. Firstly, I will take on the cue from Adnan when he talked about the chemical industry in China and so on. So in the last years, so I slightly disagree with you, Adnan. If you go back about 20-25 years, you had a situation where it was about cost. So the industry built, the Chinese chemical industry built on a cost competition and cost advantage, low cost thing. But then you're right, over a period of time, that they went into the value adds and they have an industry. But what happened in the last 5-7 years? In the last 5-7 years, public pressure, because of accidents, because of pollution, because of gray skies in winter, you had a situation where people started protesting outside chemical parks and chemical industry. And government had no option but to send hundreds and thousands of inspectors all across China and shut down the so-called polluting units which the people are complaining about. This severely disrupted value chains across the world a few years ago. Many of these companies basically shut shop for good because reinvestment into new technologies, updated, they said it's not worth it. I might as well sell my land and retire and can monetize on the land that they have. Then there were another set of companies which said, wow, I see this as an opportunity. Thousands of companies are disappearing across the country. So why don't I invest for the next 20, 30 years and hand over this business to my children and grandchildren? Yeah, these are entrepreneurial thinking in the Chinese context. And I think we don't have to go through the same circuit. I mean, we can leapfrog 1 or 2 generations. You don't have to go through it and spend the next 25 years going through the same cycle, but you can jump that across and say that, well, we are companies, we are responsible companies, and we would like to hand over to our children and grandchildren successful companies which will survive the test of time, and also it will be good for our children to live in those times, because overall you're doing a positive aspect. So it has to happen, like Adnan said. Question is, do you want to go through 25 years of those hardships and difficulty before you are asked to shut down by somebody, and maybe half of the people go bankrupt in that shutdown situation? So do you want to go through all this, or make the responsible choice of directly stepping into something which will be surviving the test of time? So this is one aspect that I would talk about. The second aspect, you asked about suppliers and how do you engage when you are in an environment where there seem to be a number of your potential partners where you do need some kind of due diligence, and that's something as a company we set it up. I mean, we also evolve over time, that we realize, oh my God, I mean, what is this? We got to change this. Can we have this? No, we can't. I mean, you need to have audits. You need to have understanding of what your suppliers are doing. What kind of practices do they have? Because eventually, like Adnan said, and I also mentioned that earlier, scope 1, 2, and 3, if you're going to cover the entire cradle to grave kind of situation, then you need to be in a responsible manner also looking at who are your business associates. And I just don't talk about your being followed. So that's something I always encourage my business partners. You know, if you want to do business for a year, fly by night operator, maybe that might work. But if you want to be associated long term, a company or any idea, then investing into the basic fundamentals of sustainability or EHS standards, or how you treat your employees, how you treat, I mean, all these social, environmental aspects, which kind of were nice to have in the past, are no longer an option, because I think supplier audits is not something new today. I mean, practically everybody does it. I get audited by my customers all the time. Even, I mean, my brand alone does not help me. They come to our site, they see what practices we have, and whether what we talk and what we do is actually the same or not. I mean, these guys come and verify this with us. And I think my purchasing organization does that with my suppliers as well. And not just suppliers, but also you have tolling partners and so on and so forth. So I think, as Adnan rightly said, that we are progressing in this direction. I think we have to take a few big steps now to make sure that we bypass those 1 or 2 things of the cycle, which we don't have to learn it the hard way. We don't need so many shutdowns. And I think the fact is, as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we will need to create infrastructures or we will need to create chemical clusters. And that's something that's the need of the hour. And over the next 5-10 years, I see us as a country building those clusters and infrastructure. So at a building stage itself, if we put these things into practice, it's a lot easier than to fix it later. Fixing it later is always an expensive affair. So at the conceptualization stage, I mean, whatever you talk about in the old concept, we talked about PCPIRs, but something similar, if you were to say an industry structure, I mean, we always say in various forums, even at the ICC, the last year, we talked about the Jurong Island example, when we had those days when McKinsey talked to us. So learning from Jurong Island. So what do you learn from there? You learn exactly this. How do you make a sustainable chemical park or infrastructure, and how that can survive and be competitive in a place which has neither market nor raw materials? But it is an extremely successful example. Why is it so? Because when you look at it, they have made themselves competitive to a large extent. Sustainability is very much part of their strategy. And I think if we as a country need to be a serious player in the global chemical markets, then we need to make sure that we are taking this into account and making ourselves competitive in the global setup.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mohan, I got a good line for you coming out of both the discussions. I like this line. So what we must do is we must not learn certain things from China and learn certain things from Singapore. So we must learn what not to do from China and what to do from Singapore. I think this is what I take away from, I think you're absolutely right that you got a sustainable model with no raw material, with no market, and everything is out. Fantastic level of supply chain, logistics, shipping, everything that I always wonder how they did it, and if they can do it, why we can't do it. But also you'll have to accept that we talk a lot about it, but we really don't see finally on the ground, unfortunately, reality. And okay, we have to keep on going. And the cluster development is a topic which is now being discussed from a long time, but unfortunately really not there for various reasons. Adnan, you want a quick word on this, on toning down, looking at another canvas and not your canvas, and even Mohan's canvas, which is a very nice canvas, and not nice, but a different canvas, and a smaller one, which is a little bit dirtier and muddier, and how to really advise our suppliers, our industry who are smaller, how first to change the thinking is one story, but from a practical aspect, what are the three things, if you have to enumerate, what would you ask them to do on a practical basis, on a very, things which are achievable? Because I think we all need to agree that we can't hold the same standards that we have, in Europe for them in the first phase itself. You'll have to kind of filter through and get the big holes filled up and then go, you can't have a zero tolerance there. It's always a problem. So what is your view on that?
I'll tell you. So let me just first sidestep and share with you, because you were asking what do you do with your suppliers and so on, our raw material suppliers. So we have something called Together for Sustainability, TFS, which I'm sure Mohan is familiar with. And that is where we are working with our suppliers, and we are trying to, there's a little bit of auditing as well. There's a little bit of hand-holding as well. Some suppliers are way ahead and, they don't need any hand-holding. Some do, where we're looking at various aspects of, their environmental record, their environmental performance, their safety performance, sustainability, and so on. So that is in a small way something that we are doing. And so there, it's not just price-led. So if you were somebody who was TFS compliant, and if you were, at a slight premium to somebody else who's giving me the same product but not TFS compliant, I would go with you. So that's one part. Okay, now we're talking about what are the 2 or 3 key things. So I agree with you that nobody is saying that you go to, like we went to Bharat 6 in a hurry right now, right? Which I think was the absolute right thing to do, but it was quite painful for the automotive industry, right? To jump to Bharat 6. So can we do a Bharat 6 equivalent on sustainability for the chemical industry? I don't think you can do it very quickly, but you have to know what that Bharat 6 for our industry is. So the first step would be, we need to understand where do we want to go in terms of sustainability. Doesn't matter how big or small you are. You must now learn what is scope 1, what is scope 2, what is scope 3. You must know what are science-based targets, and you must know what is the target that is achievable, which I would like to set. See, unless you have a score, when you come into bat in the second innings, you don't know whether I need to hit 328 or I need to score 300 or I need to score. Yesterday, if those of you who saw that outstanding cricket game, having that score in front of you is something that you can work with. So the first part is put up that scoreboard and create that score. So for that, you need some skills, you need some help. So go ahead and get that help. That would be the first part. Okay. I think the second part is then to have a roadmap of how you get there. So the worst thing is when the small guy says, this is not for small, this is only for big companies. That's bollocks. Because all of us breathe the same air, drink the same water, right? So we have the same needs for our country to clean up. As Mohan talked about the gray skies, all of us want blue skies and clean air. So it doesn't matter how tall or short you are, or what your income is, or which part of the country you live in. It doesn't matter, right? And likewise, for all our industries, this is a need, right? So the first part is understand where you want to go. Second part is you need to have a roadmap. And then the third part is that you need to have a strategy which is very simple. For example, every capex that I put in, I will put profitability. I want to know my payback. I also want to know impact on sustainability. When I hire somebody, whatever job I'm hiring him in, I will put in one part about his knowledge about sustainability, so that if I get somebody who has a little bit more knowledge about sustainability, maybe a little bit less about the content that I wanted him, I'll bring that guy because he's going to bring in this knowledge for me. So, when you start looking at, when I talked about strategy being one of our pillars, you got to know how are you going to place that strategic intent on sustainability. Your R&D projects should have sustainability at the heart of it. So if it has sustainability, pass the project. If it has nothing on sustainability, stall it. Prioritize like that. So these three things, I think, if you can start doing. I don't think you need to be a big company. You don't need to have deep pockets, but this will give you a head start, and it will tell you how big the task is, and what resource you need behind it. Does that answer your question, Ravi?
To be honest, partly we still have a problem, because what happens? No, I agree. The answer was, I think it covered a lot. My problem still is, and you know that as well, we do have and that's the problem. We do have a policy of encouraging SMEs. So we have that officially in the country, and which is fine, which is really the bulk of the employers and the bulk of the industries. And finally, when we see, and if you look, Adnan, if I may make you recall, even in our executive committee meetings of ICC, we do get this, don't we, that look, and these are not even as small as what I'm talking about. These are also, there are companies who say, look, on responsible care implementation, we really don't have the funds you guys have, and it's difficult. When we try to make something which should be a no-brainer, why should even responsible care be something that you have to push somebody to do? It should be basically an integral part of a setting up of a company, basically. But unfortunately, what happens is, and to give you a quick example, if you know the initiative of ZDHC, zero discharge of hazardous chemicals, and from the dyes part of it, if you look, the famous dirty laundry report of Greenpeace, which was there in, from China. And really what happens, if you really start analyzing why finally everyone is forced to do it, and that is one question, which we are not going to get an answer today, but I leave it with you, that if you look, it's a person, Levi's has a pressure that they are not going to sell jeans because the people who are going to buy jeans would rather buy from another company who uses dyes coming from ZDHC. And if that is not going to be there, there's a pressure on the retailer, and then that transfers down right up to the dye manufacturer. And the issue is, in India, I think if you don't get the general stakeholder, the society at large, not only complaining, but saying, look, I'm going to rather pay 20% more for a product, which is clean and which is responsibly made, and then you get the back effect. Now, I know that, this is quite a drastic example, but this is the way that it's going to come. It has to come from all sides. It has to come from top down. We still would have challenges with our smaller companies.
Ravi, it's not drastic. What you're saying is not drastic. That's the issue. So, I've interrupted you because the thing is like this, that it is not about being competitive. It's that somebody is doing something that's not acceptable. If you're small scale, it doesn't mean you can put toxic waste in a river. It's not acceptable. So you can't say, but I don't have the money to treat it, so I'm going to chuck it in the river. That's not acceptable. That's what I say about our self-regulation. We have to. So if you cannot afford that business, don't do that business. Do something else. So I'll give you an example. In paints, lead was removed from paints in the 1970s in America. In the 1970s.
Yeah.
It has been regulated in India only about 10 years ago. There were lots of companies that had lead in their products. So I'm asking you, are my children less important, and is their health of less value than a child in America? To me, it's not. So if lead is hazardous to my child in India, why should I allow it to go in paints only because there's a cost competitiveness of somebody in industry? It's not acceptable. So this is where self-regulation comes in. I think it's about education also. It's about awareness. And we have to get out of this mindset that, cheap and cheerful is acceptable, even though it's environmentally harmful. It's not acceptable. So how do we bring that about? And there are ways that small industry can be profitable and can make great products and do it in a safe way as well. By staying away from, practices which are non-sustainable, which are environmentally not acceptable. It's not acceptable to say that, look, I won't put safety things because my labor can get injured, I'll just get another guy. No. Why? Are you motivated to work in a company where your health and welfare is not important? I'm not.
Adnan, you're preaching to the preacher. Okay, you're preacher. I'm the priest here, so you don't have to sell that to me at all. We have the same concept here. The only question is, I don't know, maybe I'm not going to use the word cynical, but too many years of trying and not getting enough traction. But we have to keep on doing it. And
Look at the seatbelt example in India. It hasn't worked with helmets, but it's worked with seatbelts, right? With seatbelts, somebody had to clamp down heavy. Till then, people said, but our cars don't have it. I can't fit it. It costs too much. All kinds
that's a good example, sir. That's a good example. The seatbelt story, again, if you look at India, you get in the urban centers a very good traction, but in the other centers, you don't get it. So that's really one of the...
Is their life less valuable?
No, it is not. It is not. It is not. It's the attitude. It's the philosophy. Anyhow, I think we will take it offline. Last word, a minute from you, Mohan, then we can we keep time hygiene there.
So, I mean, between Adnan and myself, we don't seem to have any disagreement on most topics today, which is a good sign. We are totally aligned on these things. And I also fully agree with this sustainability or standards being kind of mandated. And what I see, or if I fast forward a few years, and even in India, it's happening world over, but it will happen in India as well, that consumers will start demanding it. Yeah, and it will come from. Today, if you ask my kids or that generation, when they go to a shop and they buy whatever, it doesn't matter which brand they are buying, but when they buy, and if they know that this has been done by child labor or they will not buy that stuff. Yeah, so they take those conscious decisions, and if they have to pay a little bit more to buy something which is certified, labeled, you can go to a grocery store and you can see the example of organic food, by the way. So the consumption of organic food has gone up. Now, is it really good or bad? We don't get into that discussion. But the fact of the matter is, a certain level of branding and saying that this is good, this is sustainable, will have an impact. And now coming to our industry, that's precisely something which transparency on product carbon footprints and if you have to label your product and say that my product has X emissions and X, and which is all required in the long run, because you will need to be part of a global supply chain which measures one against the other, and probably there will at one point in time be a system which is harmonized, because today every country also has its own system of doing these things. But in a harmonized way, if that is required in global supply chain, I think even for SMEs to survive in that context where public pressure will force them to be transparent about this data, and this will be difficult to survive long term without it, is my take.
Yeah. No, fully agreed. And only thing I object to is that you included yourself and Adnan in the philosophy of thought. I'm also in the same thought line. However, I would like to really provoke a discussion, because I think that's in the back of your minds as well. How does it really happen? And I completely agree. I'm the one who's touting from the rooftops and saying this. Right. I only hope that we see it. The question also is acceleration. If my next generation is going to come after 10, 15 years, how really to accelerate this process in a way where we seen it sooner, and we should not forget that our children also represent the top 20% in the country and not the bottom 80, and you'll also have to get them as a traction into the whole story. But guys, will have been fantastic. Thank you very much, Adnan and Mohan. I think we couldn't have had a better discussion, and would love to continue this sometime offline again and get some takeaways, more takeaways. But thank you very much for coming, and Mishra ji, I hand over to you.
Pleasure.
Well, thank you. It has been a great discussion. So once again, thank you to you. Thank you to Mr. Krishna Mohan Narayan and Mr. Adnan Ahmed for coming and joining. And as a matter of fact, frankly, as you mentioned, that more discussion needs to be done offline now to take the things forward. So we talk about it, but then subsequently do something to reach out to that group that you're referring to, Ravi. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining. We'll sign off over here. We have a short break, and then we get off to our next session where we have the DG of CEFIC And I think some of the things that you're talking about, he's going to talk about the Green Deal, that the big thing that EU is implementing, especially for the chemical industry. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
and welcome to session 6 of the ICC Sustainability Conclave 2021. This session, we are going to look at the global scenario on practices of sustainability throughout the world. The chair of the session is Mr. Marco Mensing, who is Director General of the European Chemical Industry Council, CEFIC. So he's going to chair the session and he's going to introduce the other panelists. Mr. Marco Mensing is Director General of CEFIC, the European chemical industry, since May 2016. With members adding over 550 billion euro to the EU economy annually, CEFIC is the largest industry sector representation of its kind in Brussels. As part of this role, Mr. Mensing shapes the strategy and direction of the European chemical industry, uniting more than 22 national federations and associate federations and 650 members and affiliates from all over Europe. A Dutch national, he is a seasoned public affairs professional who has lived and worked in Brussels since 2006. He has an extensive network of contacts within European institutions and the wider Brussels sphere, and is active in several European Commission high-level groups. Before joining CEFIC, Mr. Mensing was Director General of the Confederation of European Paper Industries, CEPI, representing the sector both at European and global level. Starting his career at Ernst & Young Management Consulting, he worked for 6 years in environmental management until 2 years for CEPI Association, also representing the Dutch industry in Brussels. Marco Mensing holds a Master of Science degree in Forestry and Business Management from the Agricultural University of Wageningen in the Netherlands. Born in 1968, he is married and has 3 children. Now, all the speakers, other than Mr. Marco, they kindly put themselves on mute so that we can hear him. And now the mic and floor is yours, Mr. Mensing, to conduct the session. Up to you now.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. I should compliment you being one of the few foreigners who can say Wageningen the way you do, which you have qualified as a Dutch national right away. So I appreciate your efforts in that area. I'm indeed leading the CEFIC organization in Brussels. And as of January, again, also the ICCA Secretariat, the International Council, which we do together with the colleagues in India, in China, in the US with Christian, and Japan. The coming 2 years, again, CEFIC will do its best to serve you all around the globe, also with the help of our incoming president, which is Martin Brudermüller, the CEO of BASF. If you look at my day job, indeed, it's my role to understand and explain what Brussels politicians want from our industry in Europe, and vice versa, explain what the industry needs to the politicians. I'm not a chemical scientist. You can say I'm a lobby scientist in the Brussels arena, but very much focused also due to the perspective of the European Commission on environment. And it's my pleasure first to explain you shortly the European Green Deal and what it will mean for you. And then secondly, lead the session with the distinguished speakers. Each one of them will spend about 15 minutes and then we'll do a Q&A. So maybe a few words on the developments in Europe on a very international day. Not only us being together, but a few hours from now, the inauguration of the new US president and the new climate and energy agenda building also there. I think in that sense, Europe will be a bit less lonely around the planet, maybe. That's sometimes the feeling we have as an industry. But where is the Green Deal? I think the important shift that is now being made in Europe is that not only it will look at how sustainable you produce, do you have the right equipment, do you have the right treatment,
Do you apply responsible care? But also, is what you produce sustainable throughout the life cycle of the products? And that is a game change in the policy beyond REACH. Because REACH, if you studied your substances, if you classified them under CLP and GHS, for most of the substances, it meant that with the right risk management, you can still put these substances in products and trade the products. The novelty of the Green Deal is that, especially on chemicals, it will also answer the political question for some of these substances, if it's smart and sustainable to have them in products. And a new criterion will be put in the legislation, which is called safe and sustainable by design. Are the chemicals I have in my plastics helping or obstructing recycling? That is a question you will have to ask yourself at the beginning when you design the car. Are the chemicals that I've put in my materials leaching out over the life cycle? And what is their persistency over so many years? And it will not do that one of the starting points of that debate is very strong discussion right now around PFAS, fluorinated chemicals, in the US and in Europe. Now that's part of a Green Deal policy package, which is bigger because it's an economic reform package for Europe. The European Commission actually not only formulated the Green Deal, as they call it, but then has used wisely the enormous amount of money that now is available in the recovery package around COVID and directs that into the Green Deal direction. So what you can expect in Europe is that the industry will get a lot of support to start using hydrogen as feedstock, as energy source. Billions of euros will be invested in the hydrogen economy coming from this recovery package from COVID. Secondly, there will be a strong push for chemical recycling, as after the Basel Convention, the thought that Europe needs to treat its own waste instead of exporting it to Southeast Asia or elsewhere leads to an enormous push for additional recycling capacity. And we're looking into new technologies like pyrolysis, gasification, solvolysis, that we need to then transfer our materials back into feedstocks for the chemical industry. You'll also see a push for electrification, as by 2050, by law, the European chemical industry lives in a climate neutral Europe, which in fact means that our industry already by the 2040s has to become climate neutral. And you see a mass movement of the industry towards electrons and renewable electricity as a new source to run the processes. Now, on renewable heat and low pressure heat, doable. On the real issues, can we develop a new electric cracker? Can we use electric furnaces? Can you really change the petrochemical sector? That's questions that will probably take a decade or so to develop. I wanted to introduce that to you because the package of transformation of the European chemical industry, much less dependence on the rest of the world as well in terms of fuels, means not only the change in our industry, but also a change in our markets. And the rules for chemicals in products coming to Europe, or the rules for chemicals being imported into Europe, will change, as there's clear legislation coming that with the change of rules, not only the European chemical industry will have to comply, but anyone putting the products on the markets will have to comply with the same rules. And in that sense, you can expect European standards to be set, rolled out as much as possible in the global markets, but also enforcement at our borders being increased. So summarizing, we would be very happy to share more with you on this Green Deal. It has strong political support in Europe. I think it's hopefully interesting for you in India today to get a first taste of it. But if I have to summarize it, it moves our industry from producing what we produce in a sustainable way to putting the question on the table, is what we produce sustainable in itself? And that safe and sustainable by design will require predictive toxicology, alternatives to animal testing, and a whole range of new technologies, which makes it one of the biggest opportunities, and I will finalize there. For us, it's 1927. If you remember the picture of Mr. Solvay with Marie Curie and Rutherford and Einstein, it's a famous picture in Europe. In the 1920 conferences, we believe we're at the same point where complete new companies and technologies will be developed, and those who jump on the opportunity will actually lead the industry of the future. So with that, I hope to set the scene a bit. We're going to make a tour de table of the global developments. And I have the honor to firstly introduce, and I hope I pronounce it well, Mr. Chaubey, who is a leading expert on sustainability, environmental water, wastewater treatment, a PhD in environmental engineering in the Indian Institute of Technology, 24 years of professional experience with all the major companies in the world. And what I liked in his CV, the unique position by adding sustainability and environmental footprints of big companies into the project he's done throughout his life. More than 100 environmental technologies that are successfully working, designed by this distinguished speaker. And as I was introduced, working for one of the true Indian multinationals, UPL. I should say, Dr. Chaubey, you're way ahead of me, being the most influential sustainability leader and receiving the CSO of the Year award. So I very much look forward to your presentation, and I'll come back with a question and answer afterwards. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. I am audible?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks to Indian Chemical Council for organizing this wonderful ICC Sustainability Conclave. I feel that this forum happens to be a peculiar. Last time also I attended. And I like this because on this forum, policymakers also get invited. So in morning session, we found that people from the ministry, policy making sites were there. And also the chemical manufacturer industries happens to be there. So it's very good forum. And I will take opportunity of this forum to request policymakers that we should try to frame the policy which can be practical, feasible, and also aligned with the international standards. And some of the example which I used to find when I interact with the industry and several people in the chemical industry, some of the policies, like one environment clearance policy related to notified industrial estate. I think that need to be relooked, because industrial estate already it is notified and EIA has been done. So again and again doing EIA for all the EC, there I think we can save the time and do the speedy process by putting all the industry from A to B2 category, like we have done for pharma last year. Second is on ZLD, we need to revisit. ZLD is not mandatory anywhere in the world, and especially those area, like we have several industry at Bharuch area, especially Ankleshwar, Jagadia. A very good CETP is there, very good deep sea discharge facility is there. So I think in those situations, we don't see that making ZLD mandatory will serve the process. A part of this, I think the third thing is the deep sea discharge standard. There also we need to align with the international standard, especially US EPA standard is there for the deep sea discharge. That may be a reference point, and we can align our deep sea discharge standard. So this is about the request to policymakers. And to industry, I want to request that yes, we should be very careful, and sustainability is for the profitability of business. And we must embed sustainability. While embedding sustainability in industrial operation, I think we should consider triple bottom line. Triple bottom line means we should include environmental dimension, we can include governance dimension, and also we can include social dimension. And I shall share you a case study at UPL, how we have embedded sustainability and how UPL has embedded triple bottom line in their sustainability strategy. A part of this, I think in operation, I feel that sustainability may be embedded in process, procurement, also in the operation and packaging and wastewater treatment. In all these areas, we need to embed the sustainability. Like if you see operation, there we need to embed such that we can reduce the environment footprint of operation. Environment footprint reduction means reduce the water consumption, reduce the specific CO2 emission, reduce the waste generation. And in procurement, we must have a sustainable procurement policy in place, and we must have target to procure sustainably. And in wastewater treatment and solid waste management, a lot of now good technologies are available, and we can embed and we can get a better result. So I think this is about the embedding sustainability inside operation. I think today the main challenge before chemical industry is this, that we need to align our sustainability strategy with the SDG and Paris Agreement on climate change, because that we need to fully aligned with SDG and Paris Agreement on climate change. And if we will not align our sustainability strategy with the SDG and Paris Agreement on climate change, then I think that cost of inaction will be higher than cost of action. And so we should revisit and relook. So let me share presentation. In this presentation, I shall share case study of UPL. Let me see. No. Is it coming? So presentation is coming?
Not as yet, no.
So someone can help sharing from there, because I want to share, but it's let me again try. The PowerPoint presentation is there. So if so, I think before it's coming on the screen, in my presentation, what I think now it's start coming. Just click it. Okay, fine. So now it is shareable. So it is coming on a screen. Hello?
It's coming, Mr. Chaubey, Dr. Chaubey.
Okay, fine. So I shall take few minutes to just take you through the case study on embedding the sustainability inside UPL. And I shall take you first slide I shall share with my experience with sustainability, and then how we have embedded sustainability inside UPL, that I shall discuss, and then some of the recent successes I shall show in this presentation, and then we will see that what goals and target UPL has set up for the sustainability. So before going to detailed presentation, this is about the company UPL, which I am going to represent in this sustainability conclave. I am heading globally environment and sustainability of UPL. As you know, UPL is a world leader in organics, biological and natural products for the farmers. We are the 5th largest agrochemical company of the world. We are also logo holder of Responsible Care and FTSE for Good. Recently, one of the premium sustainability rating agency from the Netherlands, Sustainalytics, has rated UPL #1 on the sustainability among the agrochemical companies globally. Our presence is more than 130 countries. And at our sustainability strategy, one of the big things we have done is we have committed to reduce our 30% environment footprint by 2025. So first target we taken in 2016, and from 2016 to 2020, we have already achieved 30% reduction of our operation environment footprint. And now we have taken a new target that from 20 baseline, we will reduce the environment footprint in 25, 30%. This is the slide where I want to show my experience with sustainability. So first, between 2011 to 2016, I was sustainability in charge of Unilever. Unilever was a FMCG company. So there also we embedded sustainability, and we found that because of reduction of CO2 emission, energy bill reduction, water bill reduction, waste disposal reduction, nearly we saved $100 million saving we achieved. At UPL, from 2016 to 20, I am looking and embedding the sustainability, and we are driving the sustainability where we are committed to reduce 30% environment footprint of our operation, and we did it between 2016 and 20. Now we have another more further target we have taken to reduce 30%. But in 2016-20, when we reduced the environment footprint 30%, then we found that it also result in saving of nearly $45 million energy bill, water bill, and the waste bill. So with this data, what I want to show that in the last 1 decade, what my experience with big multinational is that sustainability is for the profitability of business. Now this is the next slide where you can see that how we have embedded sustainability inside UPL, and you can see there are 5 things we did. And first we embedded triple bottom line approach in our sustainability strategy. And triple bottom line approach means we have considered environmental dimension, we have considered social dimension, and we have considered governance dimension in our sustainability strategy. And social dimension means more focused on HR, safety, and SDGs. So we have included triple bottom line first in our sustainability strategy. Then we have implemented very good policy and management system related to sustainability. So several sustainability policy we have implemented inside UPL, then sustainable procurement policy, human right policy, HSE policy, product stewardship policy, tax policy. So all these policy related to governance, social, and also environment, we have framed because we believe that sustainability can drive from the top. So there should be a commitment. There should be drive from the top. Your policy and management system should be in place. Your target should be in place. Then only you can able to drive sustainability, and that we have done inside the UPL, and so why we resulted in very good result by embedding the sustainability. Third thing we incorporated that we have brought sustainability reporting in place. So from various years, I think more than 4 or 5 years, regularly we are publishing sustainability report as per GRI guidelines, and it is assured by the third party. And in sustainability report, we used to report everything, that what we have done in 1 year, what is our policy, what is our target, what is our achievement, what we have done. So we have kept everything in the public domain such that everyone able to know that what we are doing. And also we have conducted identification of our material issues. And those material issues has been identified, and that has been put in sustainability report, and every year we used to report that what action we are taking against each material issues which has been identified. Fourth things, we have certification. So one certification from Responsible Care. So we are very old member of ICC Responsible Care, and we are the logo holder, and we feel that the Responsible Care certification has helped us a lot, because they have a very good standards in place, and ICC used to do the auditing of our operation. So Responsible Care helped a lot to UPL to improve the environmental and sustainability performance. Another certificate from the FTSE for Good. There also we are logo holder of FTSE for Good. And the fifth thing is we have got very good rating from the International Sustainability Rating Agency. So we used to participate in DJSI, FTSE Russell, and Sustainalytics. And Sustainalytics, which is from the Netherlands, they have rated us #1 in sustainability globally among agrochemical companies recently. DJSI has also rated us much more above industry average and year over year. FTSE Russell has also rated us much more above industry average, and they have also given us to use FTSE for Good logo. So I think this is the slide which give you a flavor that how we have embedded sustainability inside our operation. And UPL adopted a structured approach towards sustainability, and we firmly believe that sustainability is the best opportunity for business to drive a smarter innovation and profitable growth. Now, some of the success story I can share, but in the interest of time, I will not go through in detail. But here what we used to do, that we think that the technology play a very important role in embedding sustainability. And we have a green cell, and in green cell, a lot of engineers, researchers, biologists, technocrats are working day and night only to develop and implement a green sustainable technology inside UPL. And here you can find some of the technology which are new for the chemical industry, especially a Scalvan, Volute, FO technology. You will find first time we have implemented. And DAF MBBR is popular from many years, but there also we have modified in such a way that it can deliver better result for the agrochemical companies. Next recent success is this sustainable wastewater treatment scheme. This scheme, the peculiarity is this, that in chemical industry, whether it is agrochemical or any chemical industry, the main problem is that the effluent happens to be complex. Some of the stream we get very low TDS, some of moderate TDS and COD, and some of stream are very difficult to treat. And unless until we segregate it, it is very difficult to achieve result and very difficult to treat the effluent. At UPL, we have adopted this principle that let first do the stream characterization, identification, and segregation. And at every our unit, we have done it, and we have differentiated the stream into green stream, yellow stream, and red stream. Green stream means TDS less than 5,000 ppm, which can be easily treatable by biological treatment process. Yellow stream, slightly difficult effluent, where the TDS is more than 5,000 but less than 10,000. COD is slightly higher, between 10,000 to 20,000. That we segregate as a yellow stream. And third, red stream, where very difficult effluent happens to be very high TDS, very high COD, and we segregate in 3 stream. We give appropriate treatment for all these 3 stream, and you can see in this treatment scheme that how we able to achieve the all recycling and reuse of effluent, and even 60% of our plant are zero liquid discharge plant. And by this way, we able to achieve very good result, and we able to manage the treatment of complex effluent inside agrochemical industry. So moving to the next, this is some of the sustainability performance at our manufacturing plant. So we able to reduce water which is sufficient to provide drinking water to 1.6 million people for 1 year. We have reduced CO2 emission in our operation, and that is equivalent to planting 35 million large trees to inhale CO2 in 1 year. We have also reduced waste going to landfill, and that is equivalent to nearly 9,000 full truckload. So a lot of work has been done to reduce the environment footprint inside our operation, and in monetary term, we have achieved the saving also out of this. And as beginning, I told you that nearly $45 million we able to save because of reduction of the water, CO2, and waste. So this is the sustainability performance of our operation. A part of this, we have a plan to use more and more renewable energy sources inside our operation. And at this moment of time, we have several green power purchase agreement, and 17% power in our largest 2 manufacturing plant comes from the renewable energy. We have a very good rainwater harvesting system in place inside our operation, where we used to collect the water and reuse inside the plant. And at this moment of time, globally, 60% of our operation is zero liquid discharge. Now coming to the SDG, at UPL, we believe that our sustainability strategy must be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is their 17 goal. We have prioritized the SDG. So for our operation, our business, we have identified 5 priority SDG, and on those SDGs we are working, and our all goal and targets are revolving. And those 5 SDGs you can see in this slide. First is second SDG, zero hunger. Third is good health and well-being. 7th SDG is affordable and clean energy. And SDG number 9, industrial innovation. And SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production. So these 5 SDGs we have identified as a priority SDGs for the UPL, and we are working on these SDGs. Now here you can see these 4 goals which we have set up for our UPL for 2025. And first goal is reduce environment footprint. Second, our goal is enhance world food security. Third is enhance sustainable sourcing. And fourth is strengthen community well-being. And against each goal, we have set a clear target, and the the target has been divided year over year, but for 2025, what is ultimate target that you can see that we want to reduce 30% environment footprint inside our operation by 2025 from baseline 2019-20. So that is one target for the reduce environment footprint. To enhance world food security, our target is that we will achieve 40% revenue from innovative and sustainable solution. So some of the solution like organics, we came for the farmers, and also one innovative product, Jeva, we have brought. So Jeva helped farmer to reduce the water in crop water consumption, as well as Jeva enhance the yield of the crop. So like that, our aim is that 40% of our product should be a sustainable and innovative solution, which will help the farmer to decrease the water, to decrease the energy, and to enhance the yield. Third, our aim is enhance sustainable sourcing. There we are making a very big drive on the sustainable procurement. So we have sustainable procurement policy in place, and we are also auditing our suppliers, and our aim is that at least 60% sourcing will be done from sustainable sources by 2025. And in strengthen community and well-being, we want to impact 3 million lives through livelihood, education, health, and sanitation. So on a strengthen community well-being, a lot of work has been done, but I think in interest of time, I shall move, otherwise it will be more time. So I think the conclusion of my presentation is this, that sustainability is for the profitability of business. Sustainability is for 100% meeting the compliances inside operation. Sustainability is for the smarter innovation, and sustainability is for the environment protection. So I think we can say that sustainability is for the profit, sustainability is for the people, and sustainability is for the planet. So I think with this note, I shall end my presentation, and then question answer, I think we will take later on, or I don't know later on or this. I seek the permission from the chair. Whatever the advice is, that we will follow.
Thank you very much. I will indeed take the questions after the next presentation. I see our third speaker is not joining, so I propose we, and thank you for a very impressive presentation, let me say that already, that we introduce Lasse Benny, who is working at Currenta as an environmental engineer, working on landfilling recycling in the chemical industries, graduated from the Technical University Clausthal, and will look with us at recycling techniques. And when we've had the two presentations, we then bring it together into a central Q&A. So Lasse, I think the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to get my presentation started at first here. One moment. So I hope everyone can see my presentation right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is visible.
So thank you, Mr. Mising, for the invitation at first that I can speak here today, and the nice introduction. My name is Lasse Benny. I'm very happy to be here virtually today out of my home office in Cologne, you see, right behind me in Germany. And give you a short overview how we handle things here at Currenta in Germany, referring to the theme sustainable waste management and chemical industries. So let's don't waste time and go on. So the company I'm working for, Currenta, we're the operator of 3 chemical parks with more than 70 companies, different companies out of the chemical production, research, services. Our main target, of course, as the operator, is to let our customers concentrate on their main business. As Currenta, with sales over 1,700 million euros a year and about 5,300 employees, we handle the site services like water pumping and treatment, building roads, railways, pipelines, electricity grids. We do utility supply and disposal like electricity, steam, refrigeration. We have landfill sites, do recycling, and the disposal of waste. And our third stage is the services, which includes analytics for our customers, training, logistics, maintenance, everything in our 3 of the chem parks. One moment. Right, where is it? Yeah. Right here you can see the 3 locations of our sites, one in Leverkusen, one in Dormagen, and the third site, probably the hardest to pronounce for not Germans, in Krefeld-Uerdingen. In total, the 3 sites have a total area of more than 1,000 hectares, and all of them are situated on a big river called Rhine in North Rhine-Westphalia, Western Germany, as you can see. Okay. But now let's get in to our main topic today, and the question how we can contain sustainability for the chemical plants in our parks. Reach circular economy and protect the environment around us. The circle you can see here shows the basic principle of the circular economy. In Germany, the shown principle is also anchored in a German law, which is called the Circular Economy Law. So in circular economy, we have to think about eco-design first. Before producing goods to avoid as much waste as possible, first thing we build on here is the waste prevention, the first stage of the circular economy law. Now we're having a nice eco-design, start to produce the goods, distribute it, and bring it to the consumers. After the goods are used and there is no chance to reuse or repair the goods, which is the second stage of the circular economy law, waste is generated by our customers, and the work for Currenta, the orange-colored fields in the park starts. In the park, a big part of the waste, of course, is contaminated and hazardous waste. Caring about this kind of waste is our specialty. On the one hand, our goal here is, of course, to recycle or recover as much of the waste as possible. That's the third and fourth stage of the circular economy law. And on the other hand, to exclude the hazardous ingredients in the waste to protect environment. In the chem park, the waste gets separately collected and sorted, if possible, recycled or recovered in one of our plants. Later, the recycled materials can be used in the production process again, of course, as raw materials. All the, let's call it hazardous leftovers, which you can see on the left side, right here, yeah, are safe treated and excluded from environment in one of our plants, which is our main business. So that's the fifth stage and last stage of the circular economy law. As Currenta, we dispose more than 1 million tons of waste a year. 20% of the waste is recovered. Each waste stream that's more than 5,000 is characterized physically and chemically. And every waste movement, more than 100,000 a year in the chem parks, is tracked and documented in our IT waste system called ELIAS. For that reason, we reach high transparency for all of our waste processes and are able to overlook every waste stream as a base to promote circular economy and keep the whole cycle clean. To keep this process running, we have our central waste management department at Currenta, which is the connection between our customers and our recycling or disposal plans. The experts in the central waste management are responsible for the whole documentation and characterization process I explained before. The waste management also controls the observance of all the waste and environmental laws and compliance rules in the chem park for our customers. Beside our own plants, we build on an external waste network with recycling and disposal partners outside of the chem park. That allows us to find the right treatment for every single waste stream we have. Also, we guarantee in front of our customers that all the waste streams will absolutely be disposed with the principle of recycling first, and always looking for new innovative ways to push the circular economy in the chem park. Now I want to show you a typical waste, the typical way of the waste streams in the chem park. Like I told you before, the waste management is the connection between customers and our plants. Our customers here in the chem park contact us and ask for caring about different waste streams. Right here we have three typical waste streams: exhaust air, the gray colored, different types of solid and liquid waste, the brown colored, and of course contaminated wastewater, blue colored. So let's start with the brown waste stream. At first, we do have different recycling centers in the chem park where we mainly collect, sort, and recycle metal scrap. If needed, we also contact our recycling partners for optional ways to recycle, with the target, of course, to sell the valued fractions on the open market. Contaminated solid and liquid waste streams are given into our one of our incineration plants. The decontaminated ashes are brought to the landfill site near to the incineration, where in the incineration we use the resulting heat to supply our customers in the chem park with steam and energy. The percolating water from the sealed landfill site gets collected in drainage and is directed together with the sewage water from our customers to the water treatment plant, where the water is cleared and can be reused by our customers again. The sewage sludge of the water treatment is burned again in the incineration. The exhaust air out of the chem park and our own plants is cleaned in our exhaust air combustion. So a perfect example of the shown system is our disposal center in Leverkusen. The whole disposal center is specialized to decontaminate and exclude hazardous waste from the environment. Right here, we do have an incineration. Right here, the water treatment and landfill site right next to each other and in the immediate vicinity of the chem park you see in the north here. The incineration, which includes two rotary kilns and an afterburning chamber, produces ash, which is brought to the landfill site. The percolating water, like I showed you, is directed in drainage under earth in the water treatment plant. The direct proximity of the plants to one another makes the transport ways very short, and we can use synergies to increase, of course, the profitability of the system. Beside disposal, we always try to find new recycling ways for our waste streams. Like I said, recycling first for our customers. A perfect example for that is our cable recycling plant in one of our recycling centers. The plant crushes and separates copper and the plastic coatings, and in the following, the copper is granulated and sold for our customers. There are way more examples I could give you in this context and what we do or develop here at Currenta. Maybe like the recycling of lithium-ion batteries, which will be a main waste stream in the future, or themes like landfill mining, for our landfill sites. Yeah. So as a conclusion, the key for us in the Chem Park is to have all our customers centralized in the Chem Park. That enables the use of synergies for more sustainability and profitability, like I presented you in the disposal center in Leverkusen. Also, the high effort we put into documentation to create a basis for a high level of transparency allows us to control every waste movement in the Chem Park. Thereby, we can guarantee that substances of abuse won't damage the environment. Of course, in the future, new recycling technologies have to be developed. In my opinion, in Germany, the government plays a big role here by bringing in new laws to push, regulate, and promote the chemical industry in direction of recycling. Like I told you about the circular economy law in Germany. Only like that we can reach a constant high level of development. Yeah, so that's already the end of my presentation. When I look at my watch, my 10 minutes are over. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward for your questions later. If you want more information about Currenta, please feel free to contact me right here. Think, Mr. Missing, I think it's your turn again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lasse. Interesting presentation. Indeed, I think that we have about half an hour. We'll see if we use that time for a number of questions also to Dr. Sjobeek. But maybe I can still start with you. One of the issues we're looking at is in new waste flows, is the amount of windmill blades that will become available, which so far only go to the cement sector. So with a large increase in renewable energy, we'll have a large pile of solar panels and windmills. Is your company already looking into recycling that?
Yeah, we are already, I'm not an expert in that, but we already had a few years ago a new recycling plant for that, and was in development, and we're of course caring about this team because it's will be in the future a main waste stream for us, and yeah, it's we do already have kind of development there, and trying to start a business out of it. Yeah, so we're in development, like I said. Yeah,
we will run a project with the European Commission called Making Renewables Circular, and for our Indian colleagues, just the first generation of windmills in Europe will make that 75,000 windmill blades need to be recycled in the coming year, for which no one so far has any other use than cement. You grind them up and you put them in a cement kiln, where we see the opportunity of both designing new materials for the lead, using the stream in a more positive way. So that's good news. If I can turn back to Dr. Sjobeek, you seem to be very far advanced, also compared to the European companies in your approach of sustainability and SDGs. My question is, and it's a curiosity question on my own side, are you able to bring the other agricultural chemical companies in India along on this path, or how do you see that you can share your experience, please?
So here I have shared our experience with UPL, but related to SDG, we are working closely with WBCSD, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and UPL is a leading member in WBCSD, and there we are working along with the other companies to achieve the SDGs, and several projects, several events, several work they are organizing in India as well as abroad, and globally we are participating in WBCSD.
Thank you for that reply. That's very useful. If you look at the state of play for maybe both of you, what would be the one action you would advise the people who are watching to take in 2021? We're still in January. I can still wish you Happy New Year in Europe, and ask for your good intentions, which we all imagine. If you look at the sustainability field for the chemical industry, would there be a specific action you see Currenta or the German industry take as a next target? And maybe afterwards I come to you, back to you, Dr. Chowi, as well. Lasse, maybe you first. What's the next project or the big project for 21?
I think, like I showed you on the circular economy in Germany, like I presented, I think the first step as a chemical industry, you have to think about the eco design. So how can stay in contact already by producing the goods? When you start to think about producing goods, you already need to connect with the recycling companies and think about eco design. I think that's the first connection we have to build on, because in the end it makes for recycling makes it a lot easier when the producers and the recyclers are already in contact, and the recyclers tell the producers or try to tell them what are good fragments in your product, which makes us the recycling easier. And of course, we're speaking about chemical recycling. That will be a big part too in the future.
The plastic used in the packaging need to reduce, and also we can able to collect the plastic at least 5,000 ton plastic need to be collected and recycled. So on that project already we are working. So I feel that sustainable procurement, plastic recycling, and environment footprint reduction of operation, that will be a major drive in coming days.
Perfect, thank you. If I can build on that question, we got a wonderful letter from the Indian Prime Minister for this conference. If you would write a letter back saying, thank you for your letter, can you do the following 3 things for me in the coming year? What would you write him?
So I have mentioned you 3 things. What is our priority? A part of this, we have set up 4 goals for the UPL. So that 4 goal we will like to work, and we will like to communicate to our Prime Minister that reduction in environment footprint, we are working on food security and sustainable procurement and well-being to community. So on these 4 goals, UPL want to work, and we want to communicate to our Prime Minister that we will continue to work on this goal.
You're a modest man, because in my culture, a Dutchman would ask for money, 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 and money to get support for innovation, I will tell you. But maybe Lasse, for you as well, pinching you a bit. There's elections in Germany coming. You're going to lose Mrs. Merkel as Bundeskanzler. You'll have a green-black government or a black-green government in the future. Besides money, 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 what would you ask your next head of government after the elections, if you were the boss of your company?
If I'm the boss, yeah, like I already told you, with the responsibility for when we look at the eco design, the product stewardship producer is having when he produces a good, I think that has to be a main target here to make recycling way easier later. Like when you're talking about producers have to take back their plastic waste and have to care about, like we do have already different systems like that in Germany, that they're really responsible for their products and the way it gets recycled in the end. I think this kind of product stewardship has to be really intense, and that's what I hope is a new government is doing that. Hopefully, green government. Yeah.
I will send your answer to Mr. Laschet. Not a green, but maybe the black guy in charge of the Greens next year.
Yeah.
That could be. One thing we're looking at, and I'm looking also at your book on wastewater treatment technologies, is we found to our surprise that where we're really good in treating wastewater in Europe, and of course we have the increasing problem of microplastics in the environment, quite a lot of the sludge from the wastewater is then reused on agricultural soils, either as anti-dust or as fertilizer. And in a strange way, we first filter out the microplastics, then we put it back on land and it drains back into the rivers. A question to you as a specialist also on wastewater treatment, Dr. Chaubey, is microplastics already a big issue in India? Is it coming?
So I don't feel microplastic is the major issue in India because here one thing is there that in our culture segregation and recycling is embedded, and earlier people used to see as a cost, means they used to get a cost out of it. So I think this is a not major issue in India, microplastic. But yes, the floating plastic, larger plastic bag and polythene, which is going inside the river and sea, that is a major issue, and there we are addressing.
I've seen some of the project also on the Ganges River. Is there progress, and indeed will chemical recycling also play a role in the handling of the plastic?
Yes, recycling will play a bigger role.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe, and I'm looking at the host of the host in this case as well on additional questions. On the international cooperation, Lasse, you're a German-based company. Are you in touch also with with Indian companies, with other people around the world managing their parks? Is there a cooperation that we can all benefit from?
Yeah, we are always, as Currenta, we do have a lot of experience in disposal of hazardous waste, and we do always have people around the world to show and exchange what we are doing or what they are doing. So we're always open to that, and like to we're willing to have new partnerships in the future, of course, and find a way always to exchange. And I think that's what I said in the end of my presentation as well. Like when you do have any questions, or I can reach out for anyone in our company, tell me. We're always willing to exchange our knowledge and get to know other companies too. Yeah.
Perfect. It's the reason I ask is that because in the International Council, we work with Ravi Kapoor and the colleagues, but many others around the globe. We also see the developments in China going very fast, also in environmental technologies, which really makes that we think we can learn from developments around the world. So we're always very interested. One of the projects that's happening in Europe right now is that we see how we can use the waste gases from a steel plant as feedstock, and that's carbon monoxide, not carbon dioxide, but as carbon monoxide as a feedstock into a chemical plant, which seems to be very doable. Talking to the Chinese in a Chinese CEO roundtable last year, I found out that in China, one of the conglomerate owns both a steel and a chemical plant, and is actually already doing it in practice. So you'll find solutions around the world where you might not always expect them, which is really interesting. And maybe a cheeky question to you, Dr. Chaubey. What will your next book be about?
Next?
Finish this one. So what's the next one? And it's not your memoirs, because I think you're going to write a lot of more books before you will write your memoirs.
So next book you are asking?
Yes.
So I think this is the, right now you can see background. Wiley Publisher has published recently on wastewater treatment. Next is on sustainability. So it is on way. but how to embed sustainability in big corporates, that will be the next book.
Perfect. What I would like to put on your table is the question we are doing in Europe, and then I'll come slowly to the end as well. That where we are now being asked to develop our thoughts on safe and sustainable by design, on the concept of chemicals for essential use, you always, at the end of the debate, end in a trade-off, because we'll be looking for the chemicals where the production actually uses much less energy, emits less CO2, is having almost no emissions, is very safe to use, but still allow us to build the new technologies and materials for the future. It's quite a puzzle. What we are exploring is indeed the definition. And recyclability, to what Lasse said, is one of the aspects. But also we have this puzzle that if we want goods not to be persistent in the environment, but we want them to be very durable and reusable, there is a circle to square. And the same is that if you want everything biodegradable, and that debate now also comes up on bioplastics, you might not have the goods hard enough for some applications. So I think the next challenge of the sustainability debate, and that's the one we're taking in Europe, is how to square the circle, or as we say in Dutch, how to find the sheep with 5 legs, the one that has all the solutions, which means we have to find a few of the holy grails also in chemistry. There's a bit of hope, because with the COVID vaccine, we have seen how fast developments can go if all the money is being put on one development. And that's what you'll now, for example, see with the hydrogen economy in Europe. If you add it all up, Europe will spend about 30 billion in hydrogen support in the next 3 years, which means that we are at the same point where we had solar panels 20 years ago. Industry said this is far too expensive. And 20 years later, you show that 17% of your power comes from renewables on site. We're now at the point where hydrogen is still expensive, but very soon will be kicked into a next cycle with much lower costs. So very interesting sustainability challenges to come. That means I wish you good luck with writing the book. And if you want to reach out into Cefic to share some of your knowledge, we'll have our sustainability team ready to meet up with you. And maybe also, Lasse, thank you very much for your contributions from a Cologne room. We know where you are. We've been out of the office since March as well. And my team, it's a new thing. My team really wants to go to the office, and my kids really want to go to school. The world is sometimes changing fast. But having said that, I'd like to give it back to the host. Thank you very much for 2 very valuable presentations. Thank you for the opportunity to meet you between Brussels, Cologne, and India, and give it back to Mr. Comares to finalize the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mensing. It was indeed a wonderful session with so much of knowledge sharing from Dr. Chaubey and Lasse, and from your side in terms of the Green Deal. But I still have a question for you. My question to you is that you mentioned about the Green Deal. So is it something like a REACH Plus? Now, most of the European companies and even international companies had to prepare for years to become REACH ready or REACH compliant. Will it be something like that of a challenge for European companies and others to meet the expectations from the Green Deal? How do you see that?
So it's building on REACH, but impact-wise, it will be bigger. And what I mean by that is that the fundamental of REACH is that we now have the data set of all the chemicals in Europe. That was a massive investment by the companies, that we are assessing the different substances one by one. And what you see in our policymakers is that they feel that is not going fast enough, and we need to accelerate the development. That means that in the package now coming, it's not only about reach or new categories for endocrine disruptors or persistent chemicals in CLP, our GHS system. It's also about taking decisions on the use of these chemicals in what we call downstream user legislation, cosmetics, detergents, soaps, plastics, automotive, etc., etc. And doing so in what is called a generic risk assessment, which comes quite close to a hazard-based banning of chemistries, group by group. So what we're currently doing with the industry is looking in the portfolio of all the companies in what we expect of sales to be impacted. But it will be huge. A number of chemistries will be phased out in Europe much faster than you would think. The underlying challenge is, and this is where the goals of the exercise, I don't think we disagree. We all have a challenge with persistency in the environment. You need long-term data series, and in many cases over time, when you get more science, you find out more of the positive, but also of the negative aspects of certain chemistries. But having to answer the question, what happens when 50 years of small releases in the environment have done, it's a big challenge for the industry to answer those questions in a scientific way. So I think the answer is the change in legislation is not as big as when REACH came. The impact of the change is bigger than REACH because it asks very fundamental questions on which chemicals do you use when you design certain products. If you cut it up in 3 categories, we're going to see 4 maybe reduction targets for the use of pesticides and fertilizer in agriculture. Politicians want to halve the use. You will see the agricultural policy reform in general. You'll see that certain chemicals and substances where there's alternatives will simply be banned. For some, we're going to need European standards because the alternatives are there, but they might be more expensive and therefore they're not being sold. And for some, we will start up to 5 large-scale innovation projects. One of them we call chemicals with wings. What is the next generation of materials you need in airplanes? And what is the next generation of chemicals you need for those materials in airplanes? You can ask the same of the next generation of automobility. What is the car battery without cobalt? What's the solid state battery? What chemistries do you need? And can we define no regret chemistries, which are safe and sustainable and recyclable from the start when we move into these next generations of products? And that is a massive effort. It's a 10-year long process. That's why I mentioned 1927. We'll have to redesign quite a share of the European and I think global chemical industry to the benefit of all of us. But as every change, there will be some pain, there'll be mourning, there'll be impact, there'll be opportunity, which in the end, people have asked me, NGOs always say industry never changes. And my answer is industry changes every day. That's called competition. That's where we are the best. And the reason we innovate is actually to beat the competitor, much more than anything else. We like to take the market. We believe that innovation, if we're given sufficient time, can overcome these challenges. But we'll have to work together in new ways. Companies, for example, to develop an electric cracker, companies will have to work together. It's not something a single company can do on its own. So the same with chemical recycling, getting those technologies up and running in the next 2-3 years will mean a lot of cooperation between the industry. So long answer, some optimism, huge impact, don't underestimate it. Impacts on the chemistries as we know it. And if you allow me one slide with my hand, you always have a curve where you get fast growth and it stabilizes. Then you jump to a next curve where exactly at the point where the 2 curves meet. Everything we've done today will have to be climate neutral by 2050. None of the machines we know today is useful by 2050. Some of the chemistries we have today make our money will be new or renewed in 2050, but we have to make the money with the existing products to jump to the next generation of chemical industry. And in that sense, there's a few years, it's not only 1927, it's also 1973, the global oil crisis, where I'd like to leave you with an anecdote. I have 3 kids, but I've told them I was the first generation of people to play with Playmobil, with the little plastic dolls. So my Playmobil had little orange caps and my knights had silver shiny armor. Now it's much more sophisticated. Playmobil has a museum in the south of Germany. You should go with your children, because every fire brigade ever made by Playmobil is in the museum and you can play with it. But the reason they were developed was that because of the oil crisis, the big plastic toys were too expensive. And there was one inventor who said, maybe we should sell little small men. Everyone said, no, that's wrong. Now there's more Playmobil than people on the planet. And every year, the Playmobil dolls grow faster than humanity. I'm an optimist and I'm a believer. We're going to be doing amazing things like artificial photosynthesis, but it will be very disruptive. So if you ever would want to work in this industry, this is the moment. I hope that answers your question.
It answers the question, and it's a great closing statement from your side. It's very sort of visionary, it's challenging, and it's an indicator of changes to come. And I hope, Cefic, the way it helped the industry through Reach Ready, I hope you'll be able to help the industry with Green Ready. So thank you, Mr. Mensing, for conducting this fantastic session, a great chair. And thank you, Dr. Chaubey, for a very insightful presentation and the things that, as I always say, that this is the true Indian global company, which also has a unit in Rotterdam. And thank you, Lasse, for a fantastic presentation of Currenta, which offers how a chemical park should be managed. And just to share that we have chemical parks, we are trying to build up PCPIRs, and that's the kind of thing that we are trying to say, that how can we model the management of PCPIRs along that. So thank you very much. In a normal real session, this would have been a time to invite you all for dinner. But on a virtual one, we can only suggest, go and have a great dinner. We had a great day. We had a great evening session. And thank you very much. And we are going to reassemble tomorrow morning at 9:50. Those of you who have the time, please join the meeting room. The auditorium will open at 9:30. So thank you very much. Have a great evening and good night, and still good afternoon for you. Thank you very much.